19.
One,
Hello.
and we're live.
Hey, everybody.
Hi,
That
guys.
got me bad, guys.
I watched you for a moment just be like,
I just my brain, my whole mind left my body, and hey, everybody,
Doctor
welcome
Strange, where there's multiple of you throughout space and time.
in. Ooh, it broke my brain. Hey, everybody, welcome in. You're here for Conundrum Company. We're doing drums now. Yeah, thank you, Adam. I like it. So, guys, we are doing Conundrum Company, but first we're doing announcements, and I believe Parker starts those.
I do. Be here tomorrow for a very, very special one-shot. Josh, I know it's my turn to announce things, but you have anything to say about the very, very special fun one-shot that you're running tomorrow?
Do you guys want to learn about the history of my homebrew world that may or may not be very relevant in the future at some point? I don't freaking know.
It will be.
You should watch this one shot. The cast is awesome, and it's called Chronicles of Irith, which is my main world that a few one shots have already occurred in, and it is all canonical, so it could be relevant. You guys should.
Don't tell me that.
You guys.
Oh my god!
Why did you just tell us that now?
I'm gonna be there.
Same.
So, yeah,
Oh
Adam
my
and
God.
Sean are going to be playing in this one, so very hyped for that. We're also going to have Lydia, Corinne, and Jesse Jerdak, so some very cool people joining us. Thanks, Parker.
Yeah, and then of course join us for Off the Rails on Friday at its normal time, and Conundrum Company on Saturday at its normal time. Yeah, that'll be super fun. Your like weird thing that you're doing right now, Sean, like fully threw me off. Anyway, we're still working on our community event. When we get it announced, we'll let you guys know. We'll figure it all out, and it's gonna come with a really, really fun thing. So it'll be out soon. God, I hope.
We
Anyway,
promise for sure.
go ahead, Josh.
What a segue.
Jesus Christ, I hope so. Anyway, on to you.
Hey, guys. None of this amazing content, including this definitely up-and-coming community events that we're for sure
Can't
going
wait
to
to
announce.
it. Oh,
Yeah.
it's gonna be so fun and cooler.
None
Scary,
of it-
maybe? We'll find out.
Yeah. None of it could happen, though, without our sponsors. Guys, do you know who our first sponsor is? Can you guess?
Gooey Cube!
Gooey Cube is the gooeyest of cube companies and is one of our sponsors, guys. Gooey Cube, they have a bunch of cool
Can I hold
supplemental material. You fucked it up, my guy. Gooey Cube, guys, they... Even the mods are cursing at you. It's very powerful. Gooey Cube, guys, so they make a whole bunch of supplemental material for you to use in your world. So if you don't have time to homebrew a world, it's all done for you. Click on that link in chat. Go take a look at it. It is very good. We've played in that world. It is immaculate, very well made. We really appreciate it. Of course, our second sponsor is...
This should be big.
Sean? Who's our second
Me?
sponsor? Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing it.
I'm gonna need you to pick the sponsor.
If I could do it, I would.
Adam's going to
but-
pull some.
This axe is real heavy, but
Oh, right. Sorry, hold on.
Skull Splitter Dice!
Skull Splitter Dice!
I forgot that's how it sounds.
I mean, you were really close, honestly.
I wasn't paying attention.
That's
last
how
night
it sounds when
I
I
heard
say
it.
it.
Guys, Skull Splitter Dice is a very cool sponsor of our shows. They also sponsor a giveaway that you can get in on during the break. !1 will get you one. !win! WIN! Will get you in on that giveaway during the break. And we're going to be drawing it tomorrow during the one shot, so stay tuned for that, guys. Followers get one entry, subscribers get two. Make sure you subscribe beforehand. Unfortunately, it's not retroactive if you do that, okay? And it is for a skull mug filled with a bunch of dice. In the meantime, click on the link in chat. Go take a look at Skull Splitter's products. They're very good. I have a few in front of me here for rolling and doing D&D things. Hey, look at that.
For killing
Of
us.
course, we have the Tweaky. The Tweaky is the TweeWiki, which has a bunch of content in it. Thank you to all of our campaign members who are working on getting all of that up to date. And of course, Tana
Salvator's
Mythalidor.
personality is... That was my personal shout out to Sean. Continue.
Morton's is still blank.
Okay, well, there you go.
Sorry.
So, the Twiki, guys, take a look at that. Very good, full of information, barring Salvatore and Morton. On to you, Sean. Are you Sean with the charity?
Ooh, welcome to the stream. Welcome to all the call-up posts.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Hey, where would I go to get those burns treated? Well, I
Oh,
go
no,
to
Sean!
Children's Research Hospital because I, at heart, am a child, and they do great work with all children, and not having to them pay for any of the treatment they receive. It's a fantastic place. We very much respect the work they do, and we hope you can support them by donating anything you can to their charity. There is a link below, a big donate button. Go ahead and click on that. It'll take you directly to their website for any donations. We'd appreciate anything you can offer, pay what you can, but if you could, we'd very much appreciate a donation going their way. Great cause, great people, great organization, great work.
Thank you for that incredible segue and even better announcement about our charity. We really appreciate it, Sean. Any other things anyone wants to say, share, announce?
We love you.
There it is.
That's what I want to say.
Well, with that beautiful thought in the air, thought, not thought,
THOT.
I think it's time for some Conundrum Company. What do you think, guys?
Let's hope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once
Booty
again,
cute.
it was a very busy session last session, so there's a little bit for me to cover. I will try and go fast. Please bear with me, my wonderful friends. We rejoin our party once again aboard the deck of their vessel, the Falling Star. As the party had stood amongst the ruins of what they had come to believe the kingdom of Shar, something strange had begun to happen. The eerie blue glow of the crystals punctuating the structure had begun to change color. Little did they know that outside of the machine of death, Salvator had found himself face to face with a conflict of gods. Ouijas was locked in combat with some strange entity that continuously reached through amber portals. The entity's goal was clearly the slumped corpse of Aragol. As Salvator watched, barely standing against the immense force of the conflict around him, another figure joined the fray. Similar in size and stance to Salvator, while the gods seemed to tower over them. The figure, wielding a black blade made for Ouijas, only to be repulsed. As the flaming goddess was distracted, the hands lurched for the corpse of Aragol. Salvator, thinking on his feet, burnt the corpse of Aragol from the plane with a disintegration ray. As the true remnants of a god were wiped from the null, it dropped a scroll from its mouth and left a small floating blue core of magic. The figure with the sword made for the scroll, and a contest to reach it began between him and Salvator. Spells were exchanged, with Salvator reaching the scroll first, as he was aided by Ouijas. With Ouijas' focus on the wizard, the hands grabbed at the damaged blue core and began to retreat. The goddess of death called out, beckoning the Dragonborn to get the scroll to Nerol, and with that he was ejected back onto the mortal plane. The Dragonborn found himself in the midst of combat. For you see, my friends, as the crystals had begun to change color on the mortal plane, the party had elected to get the hell out of Dodge and the collapsing building. They had been greeted as they left the structure by a strange monster consuming the remnant souls of Shar to form some sort of avatar. The arms sprouted from the sickly amber crystals, striking at the party. As the party fought, Salvator appeared amongst them, though his physical form diminished into a pallid, dead monstrosity. Sorry, bud. A hand lashed out at the weakened wizard, knocking him unconscious. The party, fortunately, was able to retrieve the wizard, Demi breaking away from the beast attacking them as the party covered her escape. They fled for the edge of the geode fortress before teleporting back to their ship. Laying Salvator down on the bed, the party elected to wait until the Dragonborn was awake before discussing what to do next. Balder, recognizing that the party was likely to leave the region, prepared to make his farewells, sharing an intimate moment with Sunshine. During his farewell with Morton, the Furbug shared that he wanted to stay with the half-orc to help repair the damage he had done. As the morning set in, the group of 6 met one more time around the now-awake Salvator to discuss what they had all learned. Morton and Balder bid the group farewell, as the remaining 4 contemplated if they should meet with Mordenkainen or take care of other business first. And so, my friends, we find you aboard the deck of the Falling Star. A few hours into the morning, it's probably about 10 a.m. Parker for Demi on our keen mind. And the day, my friends, is yours.
There are.
This is a great session. Let's
Yeah.
end it here.
Like,
I always love that, like 30 seconds of silence after the recap, where I was like, "Who's gonna start?"
who's gonna talk? Is anyone gonna talk?
And it continues.
After seeing what we saw yesterday, there's something I should probably tell all of you.
Hmm.
Okay.
What?
Were you there as well?
What?
I didn't
What?
see you.
In the place where only you and the Liam and some sort of lich being. No, I was not there.
Ah, well, okay. Please continue.
Where to begin? There might be a city in the Pomarge that can do similar things to the city that tried to grab us. My experience is any sort of indication.
What?
It's
I'm
hard
What
to.
does
what?
that mean?
There's a city that can grab people.
I don't know. I do know that I was told, and I had taken this as. So, Salvator, do you remember?
Yes.
I told you that I had lost quite a bit of memory.
I recall that, yes. See what
So-
I did
Oh lord.
Um.
there. Alone so long.
Oh,
Don't
no,
act as if this
Salvatore.
is different.
Please continue.
At the end of that absence, I was commanded to leap from a mountaintop and told that a city would catch me. That broke whatever was holding me, because I took it to be some sort of suicidal command. But now I am wondering if it maybe wasn't. If maybe there is a city there that could catch a person if they were to leap.
Hey Josh, can we have the world map on Roll20 just for my
Sure.
brain?
That. All right.
I
Did
have.
this city catch you?
Thank you.
No, I, after hearing the command, I was myself again, and I hauled ass in the opposite direction.
Ah, I see.
Right.
Interesting.
Huh.
And where were you at this moment?
The Dragonkopf mountain in the Marge.
It's way south of this map. Is that what you just
Yeah.
clicked on, Josh?
No, the Pomarge is
Right
up here.
Where is it?
Ah, so that's
Where
the
did my
map
roll
you're
20
referring to.
There we go.
It's right there.
Yeah.
Stonehenge.
That's it.
Sounds like dwarves.
I cast teleport.
Sus
No, you
forest. Mhm.
I
Pretty
definitely
sus.
And,
Pretty sus forest, if you know what I mean.
so right
Tell me.
around,
Well,
right around one of these cities, I assume. Oh, is it the Drac and Scrab Hills? Is that like one continuous
Drac
word
and
that's
Scrab?
broken up by the? Josh,
would
I'm
it be
asking you.
there, Josh? Yeah.
It would be in the Pomarge.
But this
Cool.
word where it says Drac right here,
You
is this
don't
connected
have.
to these?
I don't believe you have like this exact map,
Okay.
Okay.
if I
but
recall
didn't-
correctly.
Did Sunshine not just name a group of
The
mountains?
Drac Mountains or whatever?
Yeah, the Drak Mountains.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's not all one thing.
Gotcha.
well,
Just something to know. That
That's
there
how the
might-
cities might be able to reach out and physically. I hate that.
Where
I'm
did you go immediately after this happened? Where was the next city you entered?
I ran into the Oskidin.
Well,
yeah.
I see.
In Ulek.
They could have been anywhere. All right. Well, I suppose we should keep that in mind, seeing as what just happened. City grew arms. It's not unlikely that these events have connected, but
At some point, I would like to go, fix the stuff with my mother, but possible ally in the future for fighting castles with arms. What was
Have
that?
you spoken to her?
It's weird. It's very weird. I haven't spoken
It's always
to
sort of been weird, but
Yeah.
have you spoken to her?
I have spoken to her, but like she hasn't really been able to like do the speaking back for like quite a while.
Have you tried
So-
recently?
Not particularly, but I could try. I think Zahl like awkwardly kind of closes his eyes and goes, "Hi, Mum. I hope you're well.
What is he doing?
Hold on.
Do I feel anything?"
He's speaking.
So,
Loud?
are you
I don't
just
know.
kind of speaking out? Is that...
I'm trying to focus on her and try to see if she gets any type of message, but like I know that her power is waning because of me, so I'm like I doubt she's gonna feel anything, or I'm gonna feel anything.
Yeah, and it's very difficult, again, to commune without some sort of
Yeah.
spell to aid in that, or inherent ability. The more that she gets... You get the feeling there's
Exactly.
no response.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think. Zahl's gonna like. Yeah, nope, not feeling it. But like, she's still there because I still have my magic. So like, she's not like gone. She's just like busy. In a sense,
Okay.
like almost like there's a wall between us, and I'm like trying to yell over the wall, but she can kind of hear me. But like, she knows that she can't. It's weird. It's
The way
weird.
prisoners are often busy with jail work, yes.
Huh.
Why do you know? I'm not gonna
Well-
ask.
Strange thing to know how prisons work.
Okay, so does that make that a more time-sensitive manner, or
I don't know. We still need to find the rest of this, and he pulls out the Arsus anchor. And, because this is kind of I don't know, maybe we can ask Mordenkainen where the pieces are. I feel like
You
he
just
might...
did by saying that in my presence. It's funny how that works.
oh?
That's still weird to think
Do you
about.
think that he's constantly, like,
Probably.
A portion
He
of his
has to have
consciousness probably is.
I
has to
hate
have
that.
something else
Just
to do?
searching for keywords, not really paying attention to everything we're saying, so you're
That
probably
might-
fine.
Might be worse, actually.
I wouldn't want to listen into you all the time, so I'd set up something like that.
Quite rude.
Also, do any of you have any snow?
Why would I have snow?
Wait, have you seen where we are?
Well,
Back home, it should be
not to
snowing.
state the obvious, but Demi, your hair often produces a modicum of frost. I wasn't sure if you had a way of producing possibly more.
All we have to do is go home. It should be snowing back there.
Possibly, yes.
I can make sleet tomorrow.
It is also winter, so we could do that.
Very well.
But to a certain extent, possibly. More
Maybe-
ice than snow.
Let me know. We are
I'll
a few
see
days
if I can-
from the shore.
I'll see if
Why
I
do you
can
need snow?
master that.
Project. He just grins openly to himself.
Okay, you're doing that thing where you do the little chuckle after you say a word, and it gets really creepy, if I'm being
It's been
honest
so
with you.
long since another has heard it. Just give me this.
Alright. Alright.
Well,
But-
Boing. Poking his eye.
The illusion is up right now, by the way, right?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah.
You're just poking
But
straight through it. Yeah.
They don't move again, if you remember.
Very
They're
odd.
Fixed.
that's one word for it.
Very disturbing.
Okay, so are we hoping to take Mordenkainen's offer up then to go to Greyhawk and meet him, or
I suppose if Zahl wants to ask him about this anchor and Salvator, you probably have questions for him as well. Makes sense.
and
Well,
I
he-
imagine he can just teleport us back here
True.
if we want to get closer to, you know.
My questions are more of a direct line that I've found between me and him. I believe he wants me to speak to the Eight.
Is that
It has
something
been quite a while.
you want to do?
Is that something you always wanted to do?
More than anything.
You should
Then
learn how
we
to-
should go.
You should also
Right?
learn how to blink first before you talk to the ape.
I don't think it'll probably bother that.
Okay.
That was a great deal of effort. I don't think I'd be doing that again.
Okay.
All right. So, we figure out how Mordenkainen's getting us to Greyhawk, and then you can talk to the 8 and maybe, I don't know, if there's anything worth showing in your town.
Nope. All right,
Nothing.
So, I think we should all be there to address the 8 in case you all have any questions that come up during the conversation. And Zahl, of course, your mother. Any information that
I don't know if that was okay. I was making sure that wasn't like an insult or something.
No,
You just kind of
That would be
paused.
the
on-
weirdest
he was
insult
showing
I've ever heard.
concern.
People used to say it when we
You
were kids.
have a mother.
Yeah, people used to say that when I was a kid, and I was like, "That's mean."
Zahl
Well,
takes
that's
solace
only me
in the fact
because
that
we
those people
didn't
were
have that.
idiots.
Yeah.
It's
Well, we
only
were also
because-
orphans, so
didn't
like,
have
they'd be
them,
like,
so
"Your
that's-
mother," and I was like, "Hurts."
Mm.
Well, then they don't probably understand what the word orphan means.
Okay,
We should
Okay.
go.
we should probably go, right?
Mordenkainen, how do we leave? Is his own name a keyword, do you think?
Probably.
Probably not.
Well, that's...
Untold power.
Ouijas.
Death.
Bald.
Pretty
Lich.
please. Please and
The
thank
machine
you.
of death. I don't know.
Lich.
Mustache.
Aragol.
Salvator's underwear.
Whoa.
You stand on the deck for a while, yelling random words into the air and
Book
get
deal.
no response.
None?
I'm confused. Didn't he say he wanted to meet you? And now he's not responding.
Well, he did. The
He,
question,
like so many other, reconsidered after knowing more
he
about
offered
us.
to come to us or to have us go to him.
I feel like we
And
should
we're
go
trying to get on that deal. He's yelling in my jacket.
Okay.
Wait a minute, I have
After
an
a
idea.
few minutes of kind of standing around, yelling words into the air,
Chicken nuggets.
What?
He loves those. I read in a book once.
Mordenkainen's a dick.
Is that
Salvatore,
decided?
Yeah.
you hear Zahl, you hear inside your head. Have you considered my
There we
offer
go.
to bring you all to me?
Ah, yes. Just the person who we're all yelling about. We are agreed that we would like to come to Greyhawk. Correct, everyone?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Very
Yes, we
good.
would very much like to come to Greyhawk.
Please and
Okay.
thank you.
And would you like me to provide the means of this transportation?
I think that would be best, just so we know exactly where we're going.
Should we tell the crew to
Clear
leave?
the deck of your ship, please. Thank you. We will
clear
be
the deck.
there.
Oh, okay. All right.
Give me 30 minutes to attend to some business.
We have 30 minutes to clear this deck.
Okay.
Okay. I'll go tell O'Shaughnessy that we're going on a trip and that the deck needs to be clear for a while, so...
Should he come meet us?
I just got back. Okay.
Or should he like meet us back home or something? I don't
Well,
feel weird leaving him halfway across the world.
otherwise we leave this crew of people halfway across the world as well,
They have
because
their own
one of the
ship.
ships went down and they were halfway on our ship, so we have less space now. Also, if we end up wanting to come back and be closer to wherever the jungle deal is for your thing, then they're still here. It's
True.
it's
That's a good point.
they'll probably, it's fine. We pay them a lot. She just
When's the last
walks
time
up to
I paid them?
O'Shaughnessy. O'Shaughnessy pays them.
They've been making enough money that they've just been paying them off their own coffers.
Yeah.
That's good then.
She will tell O'Shaughnessy that they're going to be going to Greyhawk via teleportation for a hot second. She'll let him know how long and that the deck needs to be entirely cleared of people.
If you're gone for a while, you'll let us know.
Yes.
Right. Just
I will message you if it will be long as nothing happens to where I lose literal track of time.
oh, I get it. Just we can probably busy ourselves if you're going to be gone a bit. So just let us know.
Okay.
Stay safe.
I'll do my best.
Kinda
I'm going to go
leans-
talk to powerful people.
He leans in and gives you a kiss on the cheek and then goes
Thank
about his
you.
business.
Yeah, and she'll just make sure the deck is clear.
Okay. After about 30 minutes, Salvator, you would likely notice first as a pinprick of light manifests on the deck, kind of off, just back behind the mast, and it begins to cut a circle of light around. It's about 10 foot in diameter, and then lines begin to crisscross out, reaching and cutting. There's the kind of feel of arcane magic in the air, and it crackles a little bit as it forms a full teleportation circle that complete with runes burnt in at spots. And then there's a of light that bursts directly upwards from the circle, and as it falls down, there is a figure standing in the center of the circle. This figure is the Mordenkainen that is presented on most posters, Salvator, which you would be familiar with. That is a human male, completely bald, almost immaculately so, with a very dramatic black mustache that kind of, rather like that, though where his mustache coils down in that, it is a little more erratic, almost kind of up and down at sharp angles. On most individuals, it would look ridiculous, and yet somehow this figure manages to pull it off with a fair amount of dignity.
Like literally like Salvatore Dali's.
Literally like Salvatore Dali, yes. With a small goatee complete underneath. Very long eyebrows that kind of fall a little bit down to the side of his eyes. And
Yes, this man Waluigi.
He has this kind of arced collar that runs up in this very ornate patterned robe, both internally and externally. It seems to be some sort of like felty fabric almost that is imbued with images that if you glance at them, they almost seem to shift occasionally, moving around in these different patterns. And again, if you kind of look closer, at one moment there's a dragon running up the breast and a phoenix flying over the shoulder, and it's crazily done in this beautiful felt fabric. Beyond that, there is a gold chain around his neck and kind of standard wear white frilly shirt, breeches, and kind of knee-high socks, and then some kind of standard leather shoes on his feet. And he is just kind of standing there with his arms folded behind his back, and he just kind of looks at you all and goes, "Very good, chop chop, in you come."
Certainly.
Of course.
Yep.
She's side-eyeing Zahl, like, behave.
Pissed. Hey, I think Zahl and his brother goes, I'm pissed that he looks good.
This is 2 ways, but it will only last for a few minutes. Please come.
In you go.
Okay, all right. I'm going.
All right.
Make sure I bring my scroll.
Okay, you bring your scroll. As you guys all step into the circle, it's very different, Demi, to your teleport, which is kind of this shifting into a plane and being moved. There is a bright light that consumes up around you all, and as it fades back down, you find yourself standing in a hall. This hall is open air. It is a large round circle that is about 60 feet in diameter. The teleportation circle sits directly in the center of it. As you look out to the walls that ring this circular room, there are arches that run all the way along it, pillars leading up to a domed roof that covers this entire structure. The pillars, or the open arches, look out onto a vista in 360 degrees around you. Where you're standing in the center of the room, you're not able to kind of look down lower, but from this vantage point, you see mountains in one direction. This pillar seems to sit on some sort of tower that is on a mountain slope, and then to the south, as you look outwards, you can just see a few bays and a river leading down into it, quite far off. This mountain range also kind of, the mountain sits, you're thinking to the north of you, but the mountains sweep off to the west and east in either direction. And Mordenkainen kind of turns to you all and says, my apologies for not doing proper introductions. My name is Mordenkainen, Archmage of the Circle of the Eight. You are Sunshine, Salvator, Zahl, and Demi. This is correct, yes?
This is correct.
Yes.
Yep.
It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope you do not mind that I am not particularly interested in the pleasantries.
I was aware of such. I knew that.
Familiar,
like your robe.
actually.
They start sketching the moving patterns on his robe.
I
Just trying to
kind of
capture as
makes
much as they
sense.
can as it moves.
nods at you as that is the assumed behavior that he's supposed to provide. Says, you stand in the Citadel of the Eight. If you would like to take a moment to get your bearings, if not, I can summon the rest of the mages. It could take some time for them to arrive, so please make yourself at home. And then he just
Okay.
stands there. It is a wide open room with no furniture in it.
Is there any sort of decorations, or is it just an empty room?
The stonework itself is immaculate with carvings in it, runes in it. The pillars are beautiful marble colonnades that lead up to this large arching blue tiled ceilinged dome with this bronze metalwork running around it. It's beautiful, and there are, blue gems studded all over the place. There is no furniture at all, period. And Mordenkainen just kind of takes a moment, nods at you all, and then walks off to one side, kind of in the westerly direction, and just begins taking in the vista.
Sunshine follows to keep sketching the moving patterns on his robe, because it's the most interesting clothing they've ever seen.
As you begin to follow Mordenkainen, he stops on the side of this open room, and you are greeted with a better view of
Big
the
man.
surrounding region around the tower.
Map.
Map!
Ooh,
You stand
buddy.
at the very pinnacle of this tower in the center of this lake. There is a lake surrounding this tower, and again, you don't really see. You are on this western side here, Sunshine. So you are seeing this vista out along here. The mountain range sits to the north, but it is strange because as you get closer, you immediately recognize one specific thing. This city sits in a massive impact crater that is in the side of a mountain. The slopes sweep upwards to the north, but the crater itself has hit down on the mountain slope and carved a sort of round bowl into the edge of the mountain slope. The center of that bowl is this citadel surrounded by an almost perfectly circular lake. Salvator, you know this to be Greyhawk, your home
course.
city. Sunshine, the view that you're looking at, or Mordenkainen is taking in, is off to the west. You see running up one edge of this crater. Well, actually, you would immediately see the most stark thing are these massive structures that sit out near the edge of the city with these long, clear runs that run up the slope to them. Atop each of these structures sit these blue balls. And there are 4 of them from this vantage point, and you're pretty sure you can make out 4 more on the other side. Immediately kind of two between, in the northwesterly direction, is a series of massive trees that reach out above this canopy running up this hill. And beneath them is much lower, kind of standard height trees, kind of dotting this hillside. Directly to the west sits an old castle keep. And then off to the southwest sits a chaotic amalgamation of structures of all shapes and sizes, punctuated by a large arena sitting on one hill.
This is stunning.
Wow.
Do you have a favorite place, Mordenkainen, in your city? Is this it, the Citadel?
I am partial to the Citadel, yes. The rest of the city has its own charms.
What are those? They'll point at the nearest of the one of the 8 that they can see right off to the west.
You have never been to Greyhawk, then?
Never.
Master Salvator is from this city, no? Is this correct?
I believe so.
Those are called the Shields of the Eight. They are a multi-purpose piece of infrastructure for the city. They provide protection and transportation.
Hmm. Mass transportation? Or just
Yes.
for you?
Oh, no.
That's amazing.
They are open to the entire city. And he's very matter-of-fact. He treats a lot of this as normal stance, and he doesn't seem to be an individual who particularly engages heavily unless asked questions. It almost seems as if his mind is elsewhere during this entire conversation.
To my jacket.
Sure is, yeah.
Watching himself interact with himself.
He's a handsome man over there. Oh shit.
There's a weird feedback loop. It's very, very disconcerting. It puts him off his loop.
That's why he's in a weird space, because he has to hear the feedback.
What is preoccupying your mind?
What?
You seem preoccupied.
Please don't.
Just a
I
series
say
of
from across
matter.
the room.
Yes, Salvator! He kind of looks and glances at Salvator, and there's just a slight nod, but then responds politely, just a series of matters that I am attending to simultaneously.
Fascinating.
Salvatore, were you ever allowed in here? Were there like, is this
Of course
a thing?
not. No.
I didn't know, like, if there was any, like, less high security parts, or
I think
have you been
Before-
wanting to be here?
yes. Getting his voice down. Says, I'm pretty sure that before just now there were 8 people who had access to this room. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It's very,
about-
very surprising that we're here.
Yes.
Isn't
Got it.
question, because I forget. Do we know that Liamin has been missing for a while? I can't remember if you told us.
Yeah, no, I think
Nistel told
yeah,
us.
Nistel told
that.
us.
Nistel told. Wouldn't that be 9? Because didn't they have to replace Liamin because he's
Right.
missing?
I don't think they all know he's still alive.
Are we supposed to? No, I imagine he would have
do
said
you
that
tell
there
them?
were things that we weren't supposed to say, right?
Well, I already told him that because I
are
was
there-
wearing this coat at the time.
Are there people we should, like, are there things we should know about certain members of the 8? Like, is there something that we shouldn't do?
Liamond has been missing for over 40 years.
Holy shit!
And his voice kind
I
of
don't know why
echoes
you're
around
surprised.
him. Yeah, he can hear the entire
He's
conversation.
hearing things
Yeah.
from this jacket.
I honestly
don't-
just didn't think that he was paying attention to us.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You get the
I'm
feeling
sorry.
you're not certain. It tends to fade in and out.
Okay.
It's very
Keyword
tricky to
to
tell
Google.
when and
Which
why.
keyword was it?
Okay, Google.
Okay, Mordenkainen.
I can't make that joke because my Google would go off.
Sunshine, make a performance check for me while you're trying to draw this coat.
Absolutely, and they are trying to. Oh, Jesus. 18 performance.
Yes.
19.
Okay. It is.
Can I add my proficiency bonus?
Sure. You got painter's supplies.
24.
24. Okay.
Yeah.
It is surprisingly difficult. It is genuinely moving. Now that you're paying close attention to it, the images on this are changing. The dragon that was there a moment ago is no longer on the rest of this jacket. And as you make an awkward circle around Mordenkainen, who does not respond, he just stares off into the horizon, you can't find it anywhere on the coat. And you find yourself having to anchor yourself to a static version of the image, which is difficult because you're having to take mental pictures of this. But you do succeed to kind of capture the imagery.
So I think what they're doing as they're watching it change is they're doing very rough and quick sketches of everything, and they're not trying to make it stay like they're not drawing this on a cloak. They're drawing the individual images just across the page, and as they scribble, they'll say, "So is this robe tailored to you? Are these images things you have seen, or does it just do this?
What?
This dragon, that phoenix, so it's gone."
This is just a reaction to the enchantments on it. Not intentional on my part. Not something I made, either. You get the feeling he does not appreciate it to the extent you appreciate it from an artistic perspective.
So there's another reason for it.
Interesting.
And
What does it do?
So
Sorry.
that is not something I am willing to share with you.
All right.
I really appreciate Sunshine with this guy. He's super curt, and Sunshine just takes it in stride.
it's like it's Tuesday. like
You get the feeling he's not trying to be rude. He just
Is
this.
He's
Sean.
very busy. He's very important. He doesn't really care about art, but he's got a very lovely art piece on, so I am going to do that.
This is an accurate assessment. Sean, you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
I don't think that would be public knowledge what, like, the items the 8 have on them are or
No.
do. No. I'm positing theories, but that's only what they are, is theories.
As you're thinking, you make a general perception check for me, guys.
Okay.
I have advantage
Is
because
there
of
kind of-
sight.
Ew, I forgot.
Awkwardly. Yeah, with sight. Advantage.
Yay!
18.
It's been so long.
Oh my god.
It's been a while. God damn it.
29.
26, 29.
29.
Damn.
12.
12.
18.
18. Okay. Salvator, you are in a place that you have looked upon your entire life. This is the center, the heart of the city. This pillar you have seen from the outside. The structure that is this is a massive citadel that is built directly on top of a arcane glowing stone of some sort, seeming the source of the impact of this crater.
Interesting.
And this is the very top of that citadel, which reaches up and is built out of this structure. It's something that you've spent a lot of time looking at, and you're quite taken aback by... You've never seen the city from this perspective.
No.
The rest of you, as you're looking around, Demi, Sunshine, and Zahl, you would all notice with those perception checks, there is a central teleportation circle, but as you kind of look around, making little circles and trying to pass the time as you just stand there, a little bit in awkward silence, there are more circles, 8 of them, dotted around this circle itself. And they are all marked with what you are becoming familiar with to be arcane markings of a permanent teleportation circle. And Zahl, as you're kind of like looking at one, you're like 10 feet off, kind of glancing at it, you see the ring of light up in a green color, and then there's as a beam of green light radiates into the air, and as it falls back down, a rotund figure is standing in the middle of the circle. They wear very, very ornate clothing, but the shirt that they wear, it's an open jacket that falls down to their heels. The shirt that they wear is not big enough for their stomach, which kind of peeks a little bit out as it hangs at the end. They're a fairly short figure, with sort of a long, balding patch that runs back to the back of their head, and hair that is about shoulder length that runs down where he's not bald. It's a sort of bluish color. Salvator, as you glance over looking at this, you would recognize this to be Otto.
Ah. Of the irresistible dance.
That is the one.
I've done that dance.
And as he kind of glances over first at you, Zahl, he goes, "Ha! Yuan-Ti! Oh my! Fascinating, wonderful. What have you brought us, Mordenkainen?"
Okay, that was... Wow.
Capital had been, and he kind of walks past you and pats you on the arm and just continues across the
I
room
don't-
towards Mordenkainen. Gives you all a little bit of a nod as he passes by, very much like,
think
"Nice to
Zahl-
see you, and continues on over to Mordenkainen.
Zahl 100% looks at Demi and goes...
He's pretending like you have met, assuming that you have, given that you're in this room, and clearly has no idea who any of you are.
Amazing.
Zahl's just staring at Demi like,
Just leave it. Just leave it. Just Just
You will know me soon.
Oh my goodness.
I just-
That's the spirit.
As you kind of continue to wait, these lights do begin to light up again and again. The second person is actually Nistel, who kind of steps from
thank
the
God.
circle. As you say that, he stops, and his eyes go very wide.
Hello.
what's up?
Hi,
there.
y'all. Good to see you.
Yeah, they really don't tell you anything, do they?
maybe I should have sent
don't tell each
a
other
message
nothing.
ahead.
Right, good to see you. And he kind of walks over to you all and does begin making small talk. So, how'd it go
Hello.
down south? All good?
Oh,
Well,
I accidentally teleported us 2 months.
I died.
Holy
That happened.
shit. Oh, that
Take
happens.
though.
That also happens.
Yes.
Crazy.
How's your project going?
Oh right. Did you
I'm out of there.
accidentally have any more? Oh good.
hey.
Yeah.
What are you doing now?
A few personal things here at the Citadel.
Oh, wonderful.
Nothing too
Nice.
major.
I see.
I don't believe that.
Gives Sunshine a little wink. The next to pop in is, again, a blue of this sort of deep, regal purple light manifests on one circle, and from it steps a female figure. She wears kind of this this deep purple veil across her face, and this also long sweeping headdress that falls over her shoulders. Long robed dress, but it's strange. The cut kind of runs down, but then opens near the legs to reveal that she is wearing like riding trousers and tall boots. It's this kind of combination of a very Kyolan style with a far more kind of aesthetic that none of you are particularly familiar with. Probably, well, actually, no, Sunshine, you would have seen this attire in like ID and the nations along the eastern shore of the Azure Sea. She's a Salvator. You would recognize this to be Rary, who is a recent addition to the Circle of the Eight. And she kind of sweeps in
Suspicious.
right next to Nistel. And he kind of gives her a friendly nod. So, good to see you. It's been a bit. She says, yes, wonderful. Who do we have here? This is Mordenkainen. What is going on? And he just kind of slowly turns and says, we will discuss in a moment. I prefer not to repeat myself. Do we know who else is left in the Citadel? And Otto kind of speaks up and says, I believe Dwarmage is here, and Bucknerd. Bigby's out, so is Tensa. But other than that, so just give them a moment. I'm sure they'll come, you know. So.
Fuck nerd.
And as you say that out loud with a chuckle,
Oh, no.
there is sort of a
Fart
flash.
sound.
There is a flash of silver from again, each one of these teleporters that is activated has been independent to the last. It's never been the same one twice. As it kind of flashes, this individual steps through who, Salvatore, you would know to be Bucknerd. Bucknerd is a strange figure with this very, again, he's presenting humanoid male, slightly pointed ears, maybe of like half-elf lineage, but he has this massive silver peppered mutton chop beard that sweeps out and down and then dramatically out this way, with sort of this long matching silver hair that falls to the middle of his back. He's fairly scrawny and awkward in shape, like tall, but not the right width for that height. There's a lot of limb to him, and that is likely accentuated by the long flowing robes that kind of hang past his hands down towards his knees of this strange kind of brassy colored robe that he steps into the room wearing. Kind of just gives you all a nod. Who do we have left to enter? I believe Bigby's here.
Dwarmage, right?
Dwarmage is the last one. Yes. Okay.
Wait, Bigby's here?
Oh, Bigby's
You
not
didn't
here.
get
I'm
to
sorry.
tell-
Bigby hasn't come.
How is his hand?
We got Otto, Nistel, Rary, and Bucknard.
So we need Dwarmage,
Tensor and
and
Bigby.
Tensor and Bigby aren't going to be able to make it. So our last one is
Because they're dead.
Dwarmage. Dwarmage, again, it is a orange light that manifests, and he steps from this circle. Dwarmage is a surprisingly young-looking individual. Looks to be no older than, like, late 20s, and has this kind of long, flowing mane of chaotic blonde hair. He kind of walks in with a staff and a kind of a puffed-out chest as he steps into the space. But as he speaks, his voice betrays incredible age, a slight crackle to it, as if his physical appearance is kind of in stark contrast to the way that he eloquates, and even the way his voice sounds. It's worn, a little dry and raspiness. Hello, welcome to you all. Mordenkainen, Otto, Nistel, Rere, Bucknard, good to see you all. And as this kind of last figure approaches your small group, Otto has crossed the room, and you did see, kind of before the others arrived, Sunshine, that Mordenkainen says, "One moment, please." And he kind of steps away with Otto. And there's a little bit of a hushed exchange and from Otto, which is quite loud and boisterous. And that goes on for a few minutes before kind of make their way back towards you.
Demi's side-eyeing Salvatore just like she did to Zahl. Just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
leave it.
Zal's 100% also
Leave it.
static Salvatore.
Leave it.
Do it. Do it.
It's like watching an angel and a demon on one
Yes.
side.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No.
Do it.
Behave.
I don't need another one.
Go for it.
Fine.
I have called you all here. I assume that you have left the items requested behind. And he gives a quite quick glance at the members of the circle, not at you. And you get the feeling that all of these figures tend to live in incredible secrecy to one another and operate very independently to one another. There is an element of a strange truce, but not necessarily complete trust between these figures as they stand here. A familiarity, they've been together a long time, but that breeds its own sort of relationship.
It's a Justice League made of all Batmen.
Precisely,
no.
yeah.
That is
Nistel had mentioned being kind of
amazing.
more chummy with Rary, correct?
That is correct. And the two of them are standing next to each other. You see Otto tends to be the least standoffish with Mordenkainen. Dwarmage is kind of off from the rest of them a little bit. And then Bucknard is just kind of awkward. And you're not certain exactly. He's just there, kind of looming over the rest of the group. Impressive in his height. He's 6'5", give or take.
Fuck him.
I was picturing much different.
But Mordenkainen kind of addresses this group, and there's a moment, and you do sense again that crackle of magic. Before he kind of nods, he says, "Very good. These four individuals, please introduce yourselves," he says, gesturing at the four of you.
Captain Demi Waters of the Falling Star.
Bosun Zahl Crane of the Falling Star.
Sunshine Smithington Fakafsham.
Name.
I nudged Salvatore.
Yes. Hello. My name is Titus Salvator Calvinius Charlemagne the Seventh. It's an honor to meet you. And my eyes never move.
Roll an insight. Actually, what's your? Yeah, you're as you say that. Roll an insight check for me, Salvatore.
Roll an insight check.
Yeah.
Can we use our passives just to notice? Because mine's 18.
I will let you use your passive as well. So
13.
17.
17.
18.
10. Sunshine would be the only one who notices, just barely. Rary quirks an eyebrow at Salvatore's name.
Oh.
and it is the most subtle gesture. But they proceed to introduce themselves formally for you all, as it's just, there aren't a series of titles, it is Big B, Archmage of the Circle of the Eight, right? A series of just very quick and down-to-earth introductions. A little contrary to most mages and arcane practitioners that you've gotten to know. You get the feeling that Otto wants to go on and glances at Mordenkainen and doesn't.
Good
Bless.
Hate Otto.
Nice. Good.
But they do all make introduction. And with that over, Mordenkainen speaks up again. Very good. So, you will see these 4 individuals here have come across... do you all remember the matter with Wijas Ergol and the machine not working the way it is supposed to? And you hear Dwarmage kind of say, poppycock anyway. I don't need any of that. Death would live forever. It's nonsense irrelevant.
Opposite of Nistel. You are not relatable.
You kind of hear Mordenkainen kind of glance. This may be true for you, Dwarmage, but the rest of the plane does require this system to operate optimally. And well, at the time we determined just to leave it be and see where the coins fell, it has gotten worse. A few months ago, reports surfaced of this group having found and interacted with some relics of the Genotian Empire. You kind of glance around, and with your passive insight, Sunshine and Demi, you both notice some figures nod at this, others are like, they're not trying to conceal it, just some of them have shown interest in the space, others not. But Mordenkainen proceeds with, unbeknownst to us, and there is irritation for the first time in that statement. There have been players moving to shift that stalemate in the wrong direction. A
Interesting.
member of our inner circle.
Please.
As he says that, there is, again, looks of concern across the group and a little bit of murmuring between Nistel and Rary. Before he continues. Master Salvator, perhaps it is best that you explain what you have witnessed. I'm going to make a few rolls.
Right. That would be best for everyone here if I spoke in front of the 8. Right now, let me just...
I give him bardic inspiration.
Yes!
Can I?
And just like very gently, I'm just like, breathe. And then step forward when you're ready.
As you do, Otto kind of chuckles gently as you kind of sing a little tune. There is...
It's just the tiniest little... I don't even think it's a tune. It's just her, like, talking, and there's this, like, tiny little echo of his song under it. Just like a...
One thing I will note, this is the first time you've spellcast in this space. None of them react negatively to you doing so.
Good.
It also doesn't
This will
fail.
make it easy.
That's good.
Okay. I will step forward and looking at Mordenkainen say, where would you like me to begin?
Perhaps with well, there are a few pieces I believe that I do not know the full story of. I was not there in your initial engagements. This is correct.
Right. You were not my jacket yet.
Nistel goes,
So-
son of a bitch.
And as I turn to them, yes, imagine being me. So,
I'm sorry, buddy.
we first discovered this, and I will... Well, actually, no. The first thing I'll do is drop the illusion.
Okay. Everyone can make insight checks to kind of gauge responses. Salvator, I'll give you advantage as you do it.
Ooh.
Oh shit!
Ooh, I have advantage.
As you kind of dramatically drop this illusion.
18 plus
17.
26. I got a 19.
23.
17.
Hey, 17 buds.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up?
As you kind of gauge across the party, you catch the following. Some people tuning in on other things because you don't have time to gaze at everybody's face, but
I do, but
you do actually, and so Salvatore, you get most of this yourself. Rary does not seem surprised. Nistel kind of mutters, "That's new." Otto is genuinely awestruck by it and lets out an audible to it. Dwarmij is absolutely intrigued and actually takes a step towards you before kind of catching himself. And Bucknard remains completely unreadable.
you fucking piece of shit.
A Bucknard hate campaign.
Okay. I will say, I stand before you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, unstuck from the machine of death. I find myself unable to pass on to the next life, and yet not exactly tethered to this one. This process began months and months ago, when I found this, and I will hold up the arm. This is what's referred to as a Nox Guide. One of the keys of destruction I had found in my research on the Gnothian Empire. It is one of a series of items that is rumored to be the downfall of this great nation. Specifically, there's the throne, scepter, a crown, this, Death's End. Is there one I'm forgetting?
That was all 5, I believe.
That's all of them.
Well done.
Hey,
Killing
nailed
it,
I'm
man.
doing a pop quiz on lore right now.
Sorry, bud. And you may also, if you want to roleplay it, please do, but you can also paraphrase if you don't want to have to go through all of it.
Yes. This is a very. We went through a lot of stuff in the last in this past campaign. I will tell them about the different items, the ones we've found, and what we've done with them. I will tell them about the throne and where it is, although we haven't checked in on it in a while. I will tell them about where the crown and Death's End seem to be located, and the fact that it changed recently, and now that Death's End is locatable, and it is next to the crown. I will tell them everything I witnessed in that separation of life, that weird death dimension.
As you begin
including
to do that.
Liamin was there.
Oh, beautiful. As you begin, before you share the Liamin element, Otto will step forward towards you and go, Would you mind if we borrowed your perspective as you narrate this for us?
If I am to say yes, I would like clarification as to what that means.
Sort of taking your memories of the vision and projecting them out around us, a visual, so to speak.
I don't have to speak. Yes, of course. Let's do that.
We'd prefer your insights, but he says if you are all right with that, I will need to make physical contact with you.
Ugh.
That was the deal breaker.
Yeah, he doesn't like that.
He doesn't
Fine.
like to be-
I will allow this with some commentary, of course.
Thank you, Captain Wonderful. All right, one moment, folks. And he does kind of step behind you, and he puts his hand against your back. And you feel as some sort of arcane energy radiates out through your back and up and touches upon your mind. And nothing immediately begins to happen. And as you begin to narrate, what you're narrating, the memories of it begin to visualize out around you in a 20-foot radius.
It's so good.
That's
This
pretty,
is
that's
so
pretty rad.
nice.
This is pretty cool.
Well,
The
That'll
light
make you
fades
super.
out around you as it becomes this black void around all of you standing here in this circle.
and I essentially replay step by step exactly what I went through in that other place. Aragal, me destroying Aragal, the hands, Weejas.
As you do, I will allow you all to roll perception to see if you can pick up any more information from this.
I will say I won't do it
Perception?
because I'm doing something.
Yeah, oh, or you could do it at disadvantage if you want to.
Hell yes.
Yeah,
Where's
I'm too
my-
busy.
Natural
You're
20.
doing a lot. Natural
Hell
20.
yeah.
Look at that.
I got a...
My dogs just got very excited.
Yay, natural 20!
They're learning.
I got an 18.
25.
25, 18. Okay.
I'm rolling high today, and I'm super happy about it.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Um,
When we
so-
pick a fight later, that'll be a problem.
All right.
Kill Bucknut.
We'll jump him in an alley.
As you begin to narrate now, it is this unique instance of a lot of figures begin to pivot and engage with elements of this vision as it manifests around you. You see more.
Is there a way that I can see, like, when people go to interact with something, I like pause it or like slow down the video?
You absolutely can. As you pause in your narration, the memory kind of begins to slow itself down around you.
Awesome, rad.
This whatever Otto is doing here is incredibly powerful magic that he is leveraging to cause this sort of strange instance. But as you kind of do that, you can literally, it's like Tony Stark with his again holograms around you, and you see a few figures break away and go in different directions. Mordenkainen stands, arms crossed behind his back, watching you directly through the entire thing. Eyes almost locked with yours.
This was your dream for so long.
I'm nervous, I'm sweating, and I'm dead. How does that happen?
Nearly dead.
You're nearly headless, in a sense.
So, as this manifests, you all begin to kind of look around. And you know what is very clearly Ericel, Weejas, the three of you easily clock that. With the natural 20, Sunshine, you make your way over as they reach the instance where that cloaked figure tears a rend into the null and steps through. And they are wearing this sort of hood with this metallic skull mask. And the hood kind of falls down. It is quite difficult to make out the whole thing, but you kind of... It's so lifelike and realistic. And the rest of you are kind of given pause. Sunshine, as you step up and look up, covered by the hood and concealed slightly, there is a black obsidian circlet that runs the length of the metallic crown. It is these two obsidian bands that intertwine together. And with the natural 20, as you step in even closer, as Salvator notes it and slows down the vision, there are inverted triangles carved within the obsidian bands that intertwine together.
I've got a pretty good memory.
Subconsciously, your mind clocking these things and
I
then
knew
being
it the
pulled
whole
to the
time.
forefront.
I wanted to leave the pieces for you.
Is that what the Crown of Command looks like then?
You see
what?
a few figures kind of approach Zahl. Sorry.
I think Zahl was definitely like looking at other details and hears that and goes, the what?
Demi was for sure staring at Weejas like, it's a god?
I know, kind of.
The fuck?
But wait, you said the Crown of Command. What do you mean?
This band. The twined obsidian.
I'm
all
now
these
picturing
triangles.
Zahl and Demi both like behind Sunshine doing a lean.
Mistel kind of peers over your shoulder. Ray goes,
We're
"Oh,
doing
God,
this.
We're
We're doing this.
stop it."
We're doing the Scooby Doo head pile up on the back of Sunshine.
That is a circlet.
Does that mean that Liam? I mean, we know who has the crown.
Now, is it...
Does that
Do
mean that
we
he's...
know, with our experience, do we have any idea if it's like the crown lets you command people, or a person puts a crown on you and then you take
no.
orders? If so, please, no one in this room get one of those.
Demi, Oki said a cloaked figure
Mm-hmm.
put the mark on them with the crown.
So
And
probably.
he just points at the cloaked Liamin standing there. I'm just saying.
I mean,
So
You also don't need to roll out. It could be both.
true.
I think, and as they're all standing around that image, it sort of like moves towards the face and these little handprints covering the entire body. I believe those are what are controlling Liamond. The crown is simply a gift. At least that is what I am positing off of.
And you do see as Salvator kind of fast forwards it a little bit to that moment where the sleeves shift and the focus is drawn in. You see up his arm where it is exposed, there are these almost burnt amber handprints running up along any instance where you see exposed flesh. There's a moment where he tilts his head, and as you're looking for it now, you see a palm mark on the neck here where it is exposed at the nape.
Right.
How long ago did your colleague go missing that none of you...
40 years.
We have been looking, or did for quite some time, but Liamond was prolific for hopping from plane to plane. There are periods in our history where he goes missing for a decade.
Who takes his place?
Normally no one, but after about 30 years we elected to bring somebody new in. And that was Berry. And you see Rary is standing next to you as you're all stacked up. She's a little bit more dignified than Nistel, and kind of gives you a nod.
Okay.
And these handprints, have you seen anything like this before?
Was there... Josh, remind me... There was a hand on the
Throne.
You have
Thank
seen...
you. Oh my god.
So you
the word
guys have
throne.
seen the hand imagery used occasionally
Yeah.
with the artifacts of Nox, specifically.
And with the hand and the thing. And
It is
the reaching.
interesting that Skaren's note said that we are his hand. Thing you...
Pretty
Josh,
specific.
Yes.
while we're going through my memory of the situation, the moment where that hand makes contact with Ouijas and pulls out that sphere, does it leave behind a handprint, or am I misremembering that?
So, the way that it doesn't actually touch Ouijas, it gets past Ouijas as you
And it
replay
grabs
this memory,
Aragal's orb.
and it grabbed that. And it was
Yes, okay.
this orb. You can take a moment now, Salvator, to that moment is stark in your mind, where you disintegrated Aragal.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was badass.
He's
as you're
slowing that
looking at
down on
this moment-
purpose.
As that's replaying, I
you
just sort of
slowing it
look
down on-
around. Everyone, like, make sure everyone's like, this next part is very important to the story.
You reround this pot 6 times.
Oh, it must be a problem with the spell on my
You're
mind.
slowing it down.
Very good.
It's
I had
very-
extra
A very good
spoken.
idea,
How much
Salvatore.
you
So
did to the-
smart.
I had
you did to the
sunglasses on for
cabinet
this
in your
part. It was
room.
really cool.
I will say, as you try to add extra effects,
No, I
it doesn't
wouldn't actually
seem
try
to
and do
work.
that.
Yeah,
No.
this thing is directly tapped into your subconscious. The replaying and slowing down is slowly as you think more hard about a memory. It tends to, but it is not like a thing you control. It is
Yeah, it's not like a hologram.
yeah. But as you're looking
have
at this
sunglasses
orb, what drops from Aragal again is this scroll, which clatters across the floor. And I will note that as you're looking at that, absolutely draws Dwarmage's attention. And then he glances at that, and he glances at the scroll in your hand.
Oh, I don't have it in my hand for this.
Oh, you put it away? Okay, good.
I
good,
put
good.
it like
That's
in
good
the jacket.
to know.
I just wanted to bring it with me. It's
So
not
then you
out in
just
the open
clocked
like this.
his eyes on that scroll.
Yes, I was going to mention it later, but I definitely wanted to see who reacted to it and how they react when they see me pick it up.
Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect. Excellent. So it's he doesn't clock it then, but he does see that scroll and does focus on it heavily. The orb as it manifests out as the physical form, whatever it is in the null of Aragol, dissipates to ash, and there's this glowing blue orb. You see now as you scrutinize it, there's a crack forms up the surface of this thing.
As it's being pulled away or before it's touched?
As the body is disintegrated around it. And then it is grabbed after the fact.
So it's not stable. Fuck yeah.
It's not good.
Still looking around, make sure everyone's impressed.
You just, some folks are, most of them are academically fixated, which you know to be its own form
That is
of impressed. Yeah.
We're impressed.
To you, you're like, yes.
I was
Yes!
lying. That really all happened.
It's like when a nerd gets up on stage and starts talking about their theory, and all the academics are focusing in on the equation and have questions.
And I can answer them.
That's what's happening.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do seem engaged. Again, some of them in very different things. Each one of these individuals has very unique and different interests to one of another. And
Can we try and clock where they're going? Like what they're focusing on?
yeah, absolutely. So Rary and Nistel are absolutely interested in this Leomund figure. Dwarmage, that scroll is the first thing that he reacts directly to.
Besides me being a lich.
Besides you being a lich, yes, which he's very excited about. Bucknerd loops the entire thing and then makes a few circles of Aragol kind of looking upwards. And then Mordenkainen gazes directly at Salvator the entire time. Otto is not able to engage. The spell requires his entire...
He's holding my back this whole time.
You see, as you glance at him, Demi, his eyes are closed. His palm against Salvator's back.
Is it sweaty? Knees weak, arms heavy?
Mom spaghetti.
Is there vomit on his sweater already?
Oh my god, guys. Again.
Right.
As you kind of progress through, again,
just keep
replaying a
going
few
through.
things, eventually it kind of settles in and people begin to re-aggregate, seemingly having gotten a good picture of what you've shared, having the information of the artifacts, so on and so forth.
I think when we see the part where they're like racing for the scroll and Salvatore throws up the force wall, so I was like, nice block. That was a good move.
I was really proud of that.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Actually, you know what? I will
faster
say,
than I
when
thought.
you get to that final rundown, Nistel is very interested in the duel from a cool perspective. He's interested. You see him scrutinizing the spell slinging, and he's like a bit of a sports aficionado about the whole thing.
Bless.
Yeah, that's a foul.
Work wizard. I love
I
him.
just love this southern gentleman being like, well, that's a foul.
He cheated at least 3 times. The sword allowed him to cheat, I watched.
He does seem to be moving quite quickly.
Right?
Correct.
And yet you got it, you badass shoeless wizard.
Well, yes.
You do hear at Shoeless Wizard, again, Otto goes, now that's a title, from behind you.
The third thing he reacted to was me having a title.
Yeah.
Nickname.
Otto is a unique character.
I love it.
Okay.
I love that for him.
That's fucking great.
So, as you kind of end this, eventually Otto takes his hand away and the image kind of falls down around you. And you settle back in, the light coming back in. Go ahead.
It's like I just stepped through the portal. I'm about to get knocked unconscious to a wall. I'm like, all right, that's enough. I think we got it all.
Do you really try to stop it there?
No.
Okay.
I
They
do
will
call-
they will organically let it go then. If you had tried to stop it, that would engage their insight and interest in the moment. But if you let it go,
Would have been a dramatic blackout.
I get nervous that it's about to hit that embarrassing moment where I die. And then I see it fading after I leave the space. I'm like, oh my god.
okay. Do you guys go on to explain what you witnessed in Shar and so on and so forth? The rest of the party is welcome to
Yeah.
share
I wasn't there
information.
for any of that, so I can't divulge that information.
I think we would.
Sure.
I think after Salvatore finishes, we would kind of step up.
And were those hands identical to the ones that came and
The
reached
big-
for us? The ones that we
Now that
saw
they've seen them
in
both.
the
Yeah.
illusion.
So as you look at both, make a straight investigation check for me, any of you who want to.
Oh, please.
Just to see
Not
the
good
level
at
of detail. You're going to get information,
investigation.
period, but
Which
the level
one?
of detail.
Let me.
Investigation.
please.
21.
21.
24.
24.
Or no,
17.
22.
22.
Sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
24.
24.
I love that. You only beat my one.
The hands reaching from the amber portals in Salvator's vision are very physically real. They are obsidian black, but there are a lot of similarities. The amber hands of this strange creature that you fought were translucent, but they were gnarled, long-fingered hands, and multitudes of them. The way they interacted with each other were... Well, several of you have been giant octopuses or seen them. They behave more like a series of tendrils engaging with one another than with two appendages, almost acting like extensions of this form, whatever it is. With the 21 and the 20 and above, you would kind of make that connection there. But again, the ones in Shar were translucent, almost flickering in kind of their existence. There was also a face attached to the creature in Shar.
Right. There was like that singular eye
A
thing.
mono-eyed head shape. Really not much more than some sort of void-like eye in the center of it, which was,
It was
not.
like a blight cannon.
It was like a blight cannon, honestly, yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what I put in the picture.
I also
God,
think
it is.
Zahl would talk about the parasite to the 8 and explain how it called it was like a being of Nox. And how when he had those conversations with it.
Yes.
That is particularly interesting to Bucknerd, who kind of asks you for more details regarding that creature.
Right. Well, I made a dumb decision. It's already been pointed out today. I'm a Yuan-Ti. Poison doesn't really get me. So I decided to lick whatever this stuff was. I thought it was tar. Wasn't tar. Was like a parasite.
You said it fell in your mouth.
You chose to lick it?
You lied.
I don't think this is the right time to have this.
The entire
Hey,
circle
hey,
is just kind of
I don't
looking
think
at
this
each other like...
Don't think this is the right time to have this conversation.
Oh,
Anyway.
well,
It
Right
takes
time to
the
lie.
It's
I
going
don't-
to be a right time.
I don't think this is the right time. Anyway,
What was the flavor of
anyway,
this creature from the
it
halls
was
of
bad. It was bad.
Thing.
First of all, it tasted like gunpowder, blood, and tar.
There is no such a... Oh, no, yeah, there is. Gun cannon. Yeah, cannon.
Yeah, because it was the.
I was
it
like, I'm an
the-
idiot. Yeah, sulfur.
It was the powder because you said it was like sulfury. So,
100%. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot.
but no, I just don't. Anyway, and essentially, it was like a voice in my head that tried to tempt me to do things over a long period of time. It was ultimately taken out by. Oh, this is gonna be weird. My
Celestial.
the celestial who happens to be my mom.
This is your mother that you have been speaking of. That's
that
Mordenkainen.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
yeah, it's her. She kind of did a thing where it tried to take complete control of me. I think I kind of did a blackout, and then she kind of appeared, and in easier terms than to explain because I have no clue, she kicked its ass.
He kind of glances at Dwarmage and goes, "This sounds like an Archon, no?" And Dwarmage goes,
Oh?
yes, that would be an accurate description of one.
I'm sorry, Arkham?
Archon, celestial beings, they reside over Celestia, a sort of demi deity.
Wait, she's real?
Or she's been real.
That is...
Where do you think he gets his magic from?
I got it from books.
I don't
Okay, well, not
read.
everyone can learn like
How
that.
often do you see? Never mind.
You got it from thin air and music.
That is true.
We will talk about this later.
Thank you. Anyway, so I
In air and
So, that's a celestial term. That's good to know. But yeah, she kind of stepped in, and did some stuff. But
All
we've
of their
seen-
eyes are on Zahl right now, and it is
A little insulting, yeah.
it's a little unfortunate. It is very much that all of a sudden scrutinizing a bit of a specimen sort of behavior that academics. You've seen Salvator do it before.
to me
tend to do it.
before.
Yeah, and it's
when I had the spells.
all of them do the exact same thing, where there are lines of thought branching off in each one's mind, and they have to kind of pull it back to focus in on what you're discussing.
So the thing is, I don't study as much as any of you, obviously. But it's interesting because this
that's Otto.
But
That would be so funny.
the
His
interesting
hand at your
thing
back
for
while you
me-
do that. Mid-air
He's
music.
doing a little jig
The
behind
irony,
you
yeah, he's
the
like-
entire time. But no, the interesting thing is it seems like this entity has, I think the term would be like a hive mind, because we've met this entity another time and it recognized me and tried to latch into me again.
Interesting. You hear from Bucknerd for the first time. It's almost like some sort of do you remember Tensor's Demi plane started leaking something? A sentience at one point? And you hear Otto go, yes, no, that's right. And they begin to engage in this kind of short back and forth about theorizing as to what this might be. At this point, their minds are you've all seen this, and they're just engaging in what turns immediately every time into scholarly discourse. A few of them start to break into their own conversations and then begin arguing with each other, and it takes a minute for them. Mordenkainen again says nothing, and eventually kind of taps his foot a few times. Go ahead.
Debbie just under her breath, just, I can leak a sentience.
Apparently.
A Demi plane can.
During that word, did someone mention this goo having said that Salvator had been chosen in some way?
What?
What?
That did happen.
It did?
Yes.
I would remember if it did,
That
but
did
I
happen.
don't
So it did
remember.
happen.
Okay.
I believe Salvatore actually asked it about the hand.
Parker doesn't remember.
At
but
which
Demi would.
point it went, you
Oh,
have
right.
been chosen.
And Salvatore said he didn't like that.
Yeah.
Saul's
And it
taking
was
a
someone
step
else
back.
talking, so it just sounded like, the peanut
Mwah,
past
mwah,
him.
mwah, 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 mwah. Yeah.
Sean.
Then you heard
Why Nux?
Salvatore. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Someone said my name? Sorry, button.
No, it's fine. Just if he was chosen by Nox, probably something to reflect upon.
My theory is then, given this information, that Nox is the figure on the other side of whatever this is. The hands. Correct?
You should assume so.
And it clearly wants Ergol's corpse. It clearly wants control in this land, this space. I think it is time we did some research. We have connections here. Gannoth. Nox. It is not a line that I did much research into, but we can spend some time.
They weren't with us for the Underdark. I'll also inform them about that stuff too. Like where all those souls had been essentially retrofitted to exist within stones, placed within bodies, and apparently they had all shipped off to another place. At the fall of
There
their own
is a record from before the circle of the Durgar approaching some of the nations at that time. warning of some sort of end to come, of reality not working the way that it should.
Yes.
This might be something worth looking into. It is well known that, subjectively, at least among our circles, that most of the High Elves and Durgar fled this plane. Interesting. They possibly coincide then. As a response? There is much to think on. Now, please go ahead.
There is something you told me when I was in that space. That only someone of my kind, Lich, or a god of death could enter that place. You could not do it yourself to assist me.
Yes, this is the null, is what I am calling it theoretically.
Right. So what I'm saying is that if only gods of death can enter that place, then it is succeeding in its cause.
This is not good. For certain, we need to move and act. There is context that you all need to know. In your absence, your temporal shift, so to speak, the Great Kingdoms unified for the first time and marched on the Bone March.
Oh no.
They took
Holy
it, which we believed was cause for celebration.
Until?
And then they turned on ID. And have declared war on the Grand Alliance.
The King of Nildra is part of this alliance?
The King of Nildra is part of the Grand Alliance, which is the principalities of Ulik, ID, most of the nations that run along the western side of the Azure Sea. The Great Kingdom is, just for you geographically, because you would know this, Salvator, the Great Kingdom is that large region where a large majority of Ganath
So they are marching on Nildra, essentially.
They're marching on ID. They'd have to get through ID first.
That's
But
what I
ID
mean, yes, in that
is
direction.
allied with Nildra.
Okay, that's not good.
You mentioned that you believed Death's End was in the Dead March, correct?
Correct.
I posit that this Brotherhood is working with the Great Kingdoms.
Again?
Or they are leveraging whatever sway they gained. You dealt with their agents who had inserted themselves in Kyoland, no?
I wouldn't be surprised to find each of their generals with a little triangle on their arm or something.
So,
Also, be aware of that mark. Any under their sway have a small red triangle somewhere on their person. It can be dispelled.
this is good to know. Dispelled, you say?
Yes.
I would wager that Leoman stands among the individuals in the Great Kingdom. He holds their ears with the Tsar and is undoubtedly leveraging power there.
Was he a lich before?
No. Mortal, in so much as we all are. Long-lived, but ultimately we do die, unlike your companion here who will live forever.
Yes, I'm unkillable.
Well, we'll see about that. Magic from thin air. Still mad.
It's all humming and nonsense.
So, theoretically,
He wants to try.
this figure, this Nox, holds sway over Leomund, who holds sway over the great kingdoms. You have an artifact locked in Kioland.
They're going for the throne.
They're going
Oh,
for
shit.
the throne.
They're not. Sorry, he's shown us everything on the map, correct? Salvator has multiple times.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I don't think I looked at the throne in a few days, but
You are welcome to pull it up now.
I do. I show them all the beauty that is my map.
Everyone's very
Isn't the
excited.
Ooze closer than Kioland? Why would they not go there?
They would have to come through Greyhawk.
They don't want to do that.
Also, Eos is one of the most horrific and inhospitable places on this plane.
But I mean, they don't even know where the throne is.
Well,
Are you
Let's
sure?
I
be-
know where
Let's
it
be
is.
really honest.
Zahl,
He
I want you
was
to
in
imagine.
Salvator's coat and knew what we were doing for months, and none of us knew.
Mm-hmm.
I just told them it's there as well. But what I'm saying is, this is the guide of Nox.
Yep.
If Nox is looking for the throne, and he's showing me where it is, I assume he knows as well.
That's valid.
Let us not forget that the Scarlet Brotherhood was operating out of Kioland during that entire conflict.
Yes, their last knowledge would be of it being brought there and then nothing. And
Right.
probably your
It was being
interactions
brought
with.
to them, correct?
What?
It was
Wasn't
supposed
it
to be,
being
but
brought
since
to
they
them?
didn't get it.
Yes.
Their agent was the one looking for it, I believe. And you hear Mordenkainen has pieced together pieces of your conversations as he's been listening in and has his own picture of things. He asks for clarification in really weird places and sometimes knows things that you never shared. It's a little bit invasive.
Right.
I hate this.
You're good.
Okay.
Now,
What we done?
the Great Kingdoms hold an embassy here in Greyhawk. It was abandoned before
Oh,
they attacked ID. Assuming that things move forward, it could be very problematic. There is one benefit we have. They do not know that we are involved. The purpose of that coat of my obfuscations is to assure that they do not know that we are paying attention to this. I would like it to remain that way.
can do. To an extent.
We will back you, and we will do our own investigations and provide access to resources, but it is best if our connection remains a secret.
Very well. Then we should try to utilize your information as little as possible.
Yes.
Then while I have you, and I will pull out the scroll at this point, and I will open it up where there's nothing written on it. This is what I recovered from Ericol. Look over that.
Mordenkainen kind of glances at each member of the party. The machine of death is something that is complex and beyond our full understanding. However, one of the key things that is known is that each player needs to be able to do its job, or what is happening in the astral sea, or worse, could continue to happen. That object in your hands represents the scribe of death. With Ergal dead, there is a piece of the machine missing. I would wager that whomever holds that, given the right circumstances, will fill that gap.
So Errol then.
They would be their own deity. Ergol was its own sentience that stepped in to fill that space. What do you know of celestial
was the-
beings?
What was the name they gave me? Was it not Errol?
Nerul. Nerull.
Naval.
Nerul is a god already.
Well, that's who I was told to deliver it to. You all heard in the message I was given from Weejas.
That is an interesting point. Nerul, all of you make religion checks for me.
Ugh, gross.
Oh.
Sorry.
6? Jesus, 11.
11. Gods.
18.
Who needs them?
Ugh.
18?
19.
19?
18.
18. All of you... Actually, no. None of you would have heard of Nerul in this context.
Damn it.
Do you know imagery around the Reaper, Collector of Souls?
Yes, folks' tales and myths. No,
That is...
Precise.
Lots of good stories.
That is
Mhm.
Nerul. Nerul
Oh.
is malicious, but neutral, and collects the dead.
What an interesting turn of phrase.
Collects the dead for what purpose?
I'm sorry, malicious and neutral.
Yes, it is interesting. He is bound by Weejas in some way to not attempt to extend his powers beyond his station. Again, something to do with the way the machine of death works. He is specifically bound and very intentionally because he can operate on the prime material plane.
Wouldn't have like an address or know where they are currently. Forwarding address even.
My agents suggest that they are in Eos.
Interesting.
Wonderful.
In fact,
Yeah.
that, and he points at Ulek, may be
Yeah.
his handiwork.
That makes sense.
Right.
Ooh.
So where do we go from here?
I will be honest, you have done a good job this far.
Oh.
No.
The less that we are involved, likely the better. We will support you, grant you access to the Citadel, but we must be careful with that. I don't want you staying here or such. I do not want you using our names.
We need code names.
I don't think that's what he meant. Do you-
Otto goes, capital idea! Oh, I like this man more and more every time.
Yeah.
Code names! Oh,
Does
Right,
that
that means well.
central sort of teleportation circle, does Salvator need to learn that one? And could you
I-
fix the one at our house?
that will take about a year.
Fuck.
Yeah, what in Saltmarsh? It should be fine. It's just a
That's
simple
right.
walk.
That's not at a house, which
It was just.
Oh, yes. There is one in Saltmarsh. He saw that, correct? You had the coat when you
Yes.
used that?
we've
Yeah.
used
One
it a
of the
couple
times.
times.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. That is good. This one will not work for you. None of these will work for you.
I wouldn't impose on any of these also as well.
We can
I
take
just
you
figured-
to...
It's easier not to be seen if you teleport in.
That is fair.
We do have other ones in the Citadel that we can give you access to. This space is not so much one. Hello, everybody! We can also, once you have that handled, give you access to the Shields of Z8. You would know that, Salvatore, the way these work
Yeah.
is each one of those, beyond some sort of vague meaning that people allude to regularly but nobody knows how they work, they are communal teleportation platforms that can travel around the city. Operated and
Gotcha.
powered by the Citadel. Anybody with no capability to cast magic can use it essentially like a subway.
So they're
Pretty
like
cool.
permanent open circles.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I mean, if they're communal, I would assume we had access to those.
You have
already,
access to them
so
anyway, but
What he's referring to is either something more.
what he's saying is he can get you there so that you've
Okay.
seen them.
Gotcha.
Because a wizard with the right abilities can also teleport directly into them.
And that's me.
That's you.
Nice. Hell yeah.
I would argue, again, we can give you access to one of the circles within the Citadel. You walking around the halls may not be a good idea given how pervasive this brotherhood is.
Yes.
How you
I agree.
proceed, I will leave to you, but the more information you can report to us, the better. We will
What do you
begin
do?
to prepare the leaders of the Grand Alliance.
And you'll be along for the ride, correct?
I was just
In
actually I was
a
going to
way?
ask, do you want to give like, the rest of us pieces of clothes that just have
I'm sure he will
You can-
suffice.
members in them?
I'm probably not going to take this jacket off. It looks pretty cool.
If you keep wearing that, then I am happy to continue to observe what you see.
Right.
Can I, so I have a weird request because you said you were willing to help. And I'm gonna bring out the Astus anchor.
Oh.
Okay,
I'm
very interested.
looking.
have any of these?
for-
Bucknerd again, very interested in this.
I'm looking for pieces of this. Apparently, from the information I've gathered, it's most likely a spear that my mother carried and is now used to bind her somewhere in the Medio jungle.
Otto kind of walks over and says, "May I?"
Sure, it's apparently.
right.
Okay, well,
And he sits there for 10 minutes.
I just love that.
He's identifying it.
He's identifying it.
Yeah, solid. And as he's identifying it, Zal's like, she's apparently held somewhere in the Medio jungle by a entity only known as Seth.
Seth.
A primordial from my research, or a primordial force that's very confusing. The language doesn't really make sense.
Oh, you are rather well read, aren't you?
No.
About things that you enjoy, you are.
I mean, yes, if I enjoy something, I usually read it. And I'm almost done with the Illith and the Odyssey. Really interesting where I'm getting
That's
to.
taking you much longer than I thought.
I've had to read like 6 other books in between.
I'm not judging.
He did lose a few months also.
Leave it alone.
Honestly, that is rather fascinating as well, actually. Yeah, I'd love to speak with you. And he gets a glare from Mordenkainen and stops and backs up a little bit.
Who does?
Buckner.
Who was saying that?
Buckner. Fucking trying to time travel.
Demi moves the slightest bit back towards Nistel where she feels safe. She's just like,
A room full of Salvators.
It's every single one. Like, they keep scrutinizing everything you have to say and assessing it. Demi, actually, also make an insight for me.
okay. 15 plus 7. 26.
I will note, Buckner is the vocal one. Dwarmage is also watching you very closely. In regards to every time the time travel thing comes up.
And she moves slightly more behind Nistel.
Guys, leave her alone. Jesus fucking Christ.
I love Nistel so much.
This is
Oh, that's another book. I read
Sell
it one
Street
time.
meat down on the... Never mind.
Would he like a scroll? Sounds like a cool guy.
Jesus fucking Christ is canon here in Greyhawk now.
Solid. The meat seller. In
Pinky
Greyhawk.
swears in Jesus H. Christ.
So perhaps here's what I would advise. We grant you access for some time to the archives, if you would like to do research. There is also the municipal library down in the Scholars Cloister. If you would prefer to do work there, we have a little more access, obviously, to most of this plane's and some of the other plane's texts, which you are welcome to peruse. In regards to your mother, as you call her, the Archon, I do have a map of that region. There was a wizard who was captured by the Yuan-Ti. He was kept in their employment for 30 years, and he drew it up when we got him. So, if you would like to see that.
When was that, if you don't mind me asking?
300 years ago.
Never mind. Gotcha.
And you get the feeling he's recalling in great detail a lot of information.
Mm-hmm.
I'd absolutely love to see that. I've never, in all honesty, I've never really seen the region to my knowledge.
So we can get you access to that. We tend to avoid the dealings of the Yuan-Ti, anything related to the Hell Furnaces. Seth is another figure where... How much has your friend here told you about the charge of the Circle of the Eight? And he gestures at Salvator when he says your friend.
He's actually told us a decent amount.
Sorry, Sean.
You're
Presumptuous.
fine.
I think he's told us a decent amount. He seems to be very impressed by you all.
Our purpose is not good or bad. Our purpose is balance. Things that you might frown upon, we allow to exist because pushing it the wrong direction could make things far worse. This instance here with this Nox figure is one of those instances where something has been pushed too far in one direction. And I believe, and he glances at all his companions, we are all in agreement that it is time for us to step in.
So you interfere when things are out of balance?
That is correct.
Might I ask you then, the fellow you were talking about who gave you your lighthouse, or who it belonged to, the Theodore Solomor, you interfered in that instance?
Yes.
He was a watchman to them, I believe.
He worked for us.
Right. What was out of balance in Saltmarsh?
No, there's nothing out of balance there. Just an ancient elven city, but it is good to have eyes and ears across the plain. Salvator is one of these now.
This is such a small thing that no one will care about. Do you know what's wrong with the bridge there?
In
Saltmarsh.
Saltmarsh, and he looks over at Dwarmage and Bucknerd, who kind of begin to step forward, and you start to get the feeling that there are like history buffs and spell slingers and performers amongst these wizards, and you kind of see Dwarmage kind of nod at Bucknerd and then step forward. So my understanding is that there were a number of high elf settlements dotting the western Azure seaboard. Long before the Circle founding, they exodused pretty quickly, most of their population leaving the plane all at one time. Saltmarsh, I believe, sits on one of those sites, so it likely correlates to that. I believe other locations kind of ran all the way down towards the Hell Furnaces.
A bridge on the site of the Exodus, and you were just talking about how elves and Durgar left to escape the broken machinery of death.
Oh yes, that's an interesting thing. It's quite possible that they used that bridge.
It makes you feel like death if you walk across it and have any sort of Fae? Ancestry?
It'd be interesting to see what Tensa had to say about this. Leomund was the interdimensional traveler, but he has some ideas on it as well.
Maybe we'll get to ask him.
What would you know about the Black Isle?
The Black Isle.
Off the coast of Saltmarsh. Just, well, up the coast of
I can't
Saltmarsh.
say that I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Because that's where I found. And he looks so.
Artifact.
He looks so.
Otto's
good.
still
He's just
holding it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's where I found that artifact.
Very interesting. Broken, for certain. Celestial, absolutely.
Yep.
And you're saying you're missing the rest of it?
That's what I'm looking for, the rest of it. Apparently, according to my mother, the Archon, is that the right term?
Archon. Yes.
Right? She...
Salvator.
I got that. She said it was essentially part of the key to unlocking her this. Well, she said this is the key, rebuilding this Ostasenka.
Well, I assume that if Seth, locked her down, that he would have to diminish her power. Breaking that would certainly help do so, would it not?
Exactly my thoughts. Zahl is lying through his teeth. Yep, that's exactly what I thought. But would you happen to know a way to figure out where the rest of it is?
Have you tried locate object?
I can't do that.
I mean, it's not foolproof, given that it's one object in 3 places, but it's worth a shot.
Yes, but Okay. Okay, thank you.
Are you asking me to cast locate object for you?
I'm asking. Sure, if I guess I don't know how to. I don't understand.
I can cast that.
I don't
However,
understand how
mine only
spells
works
work.
within 1,000 feet. Is yours different?
Yes. That would be a problem, wouldn't it?
Would be a problem. But you can make it. You can do it differently.
Well, what have you got to trade?
I'm sorry?
Who's asking this? This is Otto.
This is Otto.
Didn't you just all say that you were here to help us, and then now I have to trade?
This is
Otto, I
entirely
can paint
independent. No, it doesn't matter.
What is happening?
Otto, I could paint your portrait with all of your titles if you'll tell me them.
I'm a very good singer.
Oh.
We should leave.
We have been
Why
looking
are
for
you
this
angry?
artifact for Zahl. Why on
Salvator.
earth?
Yes, but you're all
Keep
embarrassing
mention-
me a great deal.
Then you may walk away.
And you
Thank
do
you.
see that Mordenkainen is glaring at Otto, who is just off on doing his own thing here.
I don't. What am I supposed to? Like, he looks at Demi. He's like, "What am I supposed to?"
I tell you
always
what,
get away with the small
do
and
you
down
lot
sort of
need a
deal.
place to stay in the city?
Yes, we do.
Well, I
Right.
thought I thought we weren't supposed to be seen with you.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yes,
What?
I think we need a
Look,
place to stay.
I have a place called Otto's Irresistible Dance Hall.
Bless.
Stop.
Oh, wait a minute. I've had that cast on me before.
It
It
was very
sucked.
You poor bastard.
in looking back on it now, when we're not in the middle of like danger, it was very entertaining.
Also, it was one of the Brotherhood that did it.
That is correct. It was a very
I mean, I don't
talented
control
bard.
who uses my spells.
That's fine. I'm just letting you know.
All right, well, if you're interested, come by, bring something good.
What?
Maybe we'll do a trade.
Can I ask you something before we
Mordenkainen, stop staring at me! He
Okay.
kind of backs off a little bit.
I just need to ask one thing. What do you consider good? Because, like, essentially, you all are very well versed in the world. I don't know what you would consider good. So
Well, if I knew what was going to surprise me, I wouldn't be able to tell you what it was, would I?
that's not what you have.
Best of luck,
Okay.
champ.
We'll surprise him.
This sounds interesting.
I don't understand. any of
Salvatore, would you
this.
like us to leave now?
Yes.
Okay. How? Well, I was going to how best to get in contact with you, but
Nistel
Never mind.
brings them down to the central closed teleportation position in the Citadel. I believe Master Salvator should be able to get them out to the shields if needed beyond that. And if they need the archives, please let them do so. And it says, yep, my pleasure.
oh, we've become one of your tasks, haven't we?
Yeah, I think I'm your wrangler.
Oh, thank
Oh,
God.
no.
Honestly,
Where were you
That sounds
5
great.
minutes ago?
no.
Okay,
Hey, it's not
Salvator.
my job to control what y'all say.
Salvatore, I get it. You're mad at me. I didn't ask him to cast the spell. He offered.
No, you did. You did just now ask him to cast the spell for you.
Okay, Nistel, where should we be going?
This way to the
Just-
center platform. And you
Thank
do
you.
see Mordenkainen and Otto again are off in a corner. Otto seems to maybe be arguing. It's hard to tell. Rary does go along with you. And you see Dwarmage and Bucknerd go to their respective platforms, and there's a and they disappear from the room. Nistel says, all right, here we go. And there is a blue arcane flash, and then you find yourself standing in a closed room. There are two massive golems standing in front of the closed door, which does appear to be barred and sealed. Nistel walks up to it, and you see the telltale signs of spell casting, and there is a click. And then he swings the door open and steps into another closed hallway, and there are golems everywhere here. You see these
What
large
kind?
structures. Most of them appear to be forms of iron or stone. The stone ones, each one is pretty unique. You get the feeling there's a craftsman's touch to these. There is never, in your kind of limited experiences with golems, it's not your space of study. They tend to manifest in a way that appears to be their creator's sort of style. And a lot of the time, every single one, even if it's by the same creator, will look slightly different from the other. So it's a little jarring in this like immaculate hallway to see a number of different, a lot of the iron golems, you know, the ones you saw back on the Juggernaut with these massive hulking things. Some of these are long, slender creatures with just these extended arms and strange attachments stuck to them. Most of them are just standing motionless. So that'll get you all in and out. I will have to get you some rings for those golems not to attack you on sight when you come through. I can get you those while you're in the library.
Splendid.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It's only going to give
Very
you all
much.
limited access, so be careful. If you fuck around with anything too much, and nobody's around to stop them, they'll still come for you.
Which rooms would those be? Anyone but the library in this?
Absolutely, yeah.
All
and careful in the
Oh,
library,
that's
too.
good. What?
What else is
Well-
in here?
Interesting.
Huh.
In here?
I mean, like in this building, because like it's
I'm
huge,
sorry,
and we only
bud.
have access to three.
I
Morgan
think you
Cannon is
should
looking
ask
at me
the-
right now. I'm not going to divulge any more secrets. I'm already
valid.
in hot water.
It's a
Oh
valid
no.
Very sorry.
It's fine. It's on me. All right, let's go. This way. And he makes his way down this hallway. Again, occasionally you see constructs moving down their branching hallways all in different directions. It's mostly lit by these strange blue glowing crystals that are clearly faceted straight into the walls themselves. You feel like you're quite deep in the bowels of whatever this structure is. But eventually you are led through a door that, again, is guarded by two massive golems into a massive room that's about 5 stories tall, that is ringed. It's open in those 5 stories, but ringed with balconies, and there are just texts running around all of them. The stacks of these run up all 5 stories. So as you look forward, you see the physical stack, and it just goes straight up towards the ceiling. Seemingly difficult to get to, but you're certain there's magic in play here with the space. All right, reading areas are over there. Rary, I'll leave you here with them if you don't mind. Of course. I'm going to go get those real quick. And he
All
backs
right.
out the door.
While you do that, Sunshine is just going to hand him a letter and a bunch of doodles. I had meant to make you a pen pal, and then we lost 2 months. So here you go. Here's a letter.
Oh, I will read it and get back to you. Thank you so much. And I see that message just pinged me. And he slips it into his robe, and it kind of... All right. I'll be right back. Very kind of... follow me. She leads you down. And this place is empty. One thing you note here is there is currently nobody in this repository of knowledge. There are... Sorry, what?
There are books here, right? It's not empty.
Oh, yeah, tons of books. There is furniture. There are shelves. I apologize. There are no people, including no librarian and also no, circulation desk. And she kind of leads you forward and just says, so the enchantment in this place essentially will allow you to, how do you say, basically, as you begin to roam, if you are focusing on what you are looking for, it will lead you towards that location in the stack. Beyond that, it is up to you to find what you need to find. Most wizards come in wielding their own ability, and it is not important, so we leave it to you. I'm going to hang out for a little bit, but I have something that I need to look for myself.
The librarian in me is just screaming, this is very cool.
It kind of functions very similar to the bookshelf, but on a library-wide scale that sat in the Agent's Hall. Have an idea of what you're looking for. The better the idea, the more likely you are to find something. Still not guaranteed. And she kind of says, and please make yourself comfortable. And there are kind of the seating areas are mostly these sort of sofas that are wrapped around these just coffee tables. Fairly ornate, nothing over the top. And you, Morgan kind of promised you a map, yes, Zahl?
Yes, at
Very good.
the Medio jungle.
I think I can find that.
Thank you.
She
Thank
just
you.
wanders off into the stacks.
Okay, that's terrifying.
Salvator, there's so many books.
This is this bigger than the catacombs, or is it about?
The catacombs is interesting because you don't know the scale of it. It looks bigger than the catacombs. The thing with the catacombs is it fades into nothing. Beyond the stacks, there's just these stacks, and then it just goes. This is towering up above you, and you're not seeing the end of the stacks beyond you. So it does suggest that it is immense. It's difficult to compare sizes, but knowing who these people are,
This is an impressive source of information. If ever there was a place to find what you're looking for, it's here.
So are we just going off of ideas? Because I
Follow
have.
your thoughts.
Follow your thoughts. What a lovely and dangerous sentence.
Hasn't led me astray. Well, I died, but hasn't led me further astray than that.
You died, came back, screamed, "I'm immortal," and then died again.
And here I stand.
You're welcome.
Isn't that wonderful? You did that?
Fully healed you. when you
I
were
fully
down.
thought that was something I did. Well, thank you very much, Demi. Then.
I healed you and Demi ran you out.
Okay.
That's different. I thought it had something to do with my new form.
No.
Oops.
No, I fully dragged
Oh,
your skeleton
no.
ass through multiple dimension doors.
Can I?
Why didn't anyone
I'm-
heal me?
I did.
Oh,
I believe they tried.
It didn't work. You just it kind of did the thing where the light, that thing before you died where I could look at you and all of a sudden you'd light up for a moment. It did that, but it just you were still,
Dead weight.
yep.
well,
good pun.
All
now
right.
no, I can't say that. I was gonna say now I fit in.
Oh,
Oh
man.
my god!
I didn't say it, so it's not canon. At that point, Salvatore's gonna have an idea and begin walking off following it.
Okay!
Same.
I love that, everyone just disperses.
I'll see you later.
Are we supposed to just, okay,
Good luck.
cool. I have a thought, so I'm gonna, do I wait though? Because Rory's bringing me in. I don't know what to do.
Just go. I can wait here for the map. I don't have a thought to follow at the moment.
Cool. See you soon.
Okay. So while you guys think about the thought you're thinking of and then tell me it, we'll just kind of do a bit of weird time mumbo jumbo where while you're in the stacks, Rary will return, being quite practiced in the utilization of this. She is carrying several books under her arm and a map case in her other arm. And she just kind of walks up to you and says, "Here's this. They are following their thoughts.
Yes, hopefully it goes well.
I mean, it depends how good at thinking you are. And she places the...
No, Zahl.
Oh
God!
We may have lost someone.
I need to write a new character. Give me a minute.
We may have lost someone.
You do get the feeling that if you are a person who is easily distracted, you can spend a lot of time in here.
Oh shit!
You think there's more on that desert?
Yeah!
God.
Oh,
And your name is Captain Demi Waters, yes?
yes. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Nistel mentioned that you, or he sunk some of your ships.
Just one, and was actually the Kingdom of Kyolan's ship more than mine, but was part
that
of
is
the
fine,
expedition.
Yes.
Yes, and we didn't lose anyone, so
They
you
have
know.
plenty of ships. They love ships over there.
True. I really
Oh,
can't say
boats, boats,
anything.
boats.
I
Oh.
have 3.
Oh,
No.
that is
So-
a lot of ships, yes. You get the feeling she's making pleasant conversation, has no idea.
Yeah. And your specialization?
Divination?
Oh, that's Salvator's as well. Or it was. I don't know if he's changed it.
Salvator is a divination wizard.
He was. I don't believe it's changed.
I should go.
Why?
It just does not. We've probably been too close to each other for a while. It is the way that fate works. It was very nice meeting you. Goodbye. And she just
Okay.
walks off.
I've
and
never
leaves
seen
the
anyone.
library.
Demi just mumbles. I've never seen anyone walk off that fast dealing with Salvatore.
As she exits, she kind of runs into Nistel at the door. She goes, "You did not tell him he is a divination wizard." He goes, yeah. Why? Nothing happened, right? She goes, "No, it is fine, but whatever. I will see you later."
I'm
and
off in
she-
the stacks. I'm having a vision!
There's just an explosion. But he kind of walks in, goes, "Right, not bad." Demi, good to see you, Captain.
Hello.
Yeah. What are the others doing? Following their thoughts?
Following their thoughts.
Oh,
Gun-
you let Zahl do that.
I realized afterwards that it might have been better if I'd helped, but here we are.
He'll be fine.
If nothing else,
Sorry,
I'll
Adam,
think
I
what
love
he
you.
might have thought, and then I will follow my thought, and maybe I'll hit that on the way. You know?
Oh, interesting. All right.
Maybe. So, how much trouble are you in now that the jacket's farther away?
I mean, there isn't real trouble. Like, you know what I mean? We're not at school and we're not beholden to each other. It's more just that they'll likely figure out ways to make me pay for it.
Being our babysitter might have been the start of that.
You guys are fine. It's kind of a fairly important responsibility, honestly. When they don't want to deal with things, they give it to me more than it being menial.
Oh.
Not to say that this isn't important. Mordenkainen has never been that expressive before, at least not in the last 300 or 400 years, so
Wow.
he's concerned.
Oh. I really
Salvatore's not
didn't
here,
know.
right?
No, he's not. He's off following a thought. Somewhere.
Salvatore's
Find
like,
the
I wonder if anyone's thinking about me right now.
Not you.
Walks back into the hallway.
Yes.
Well, I guess we can wait for your friends.
Certainly.
Oh,
I'm
here. And he pulls out a little wooden box. And he says,
Oh.
So I put the specific enchantments on these. You're not going to get far. So again, don't go wandering around.
To be honest, I am not the one you need to be giving that speech to, but I do appreciate it.
That's fair. You're sitting here. Okay, cool. Kind of tosses himself down on the couch and glances to his left, and there's a few books, and he just kind of mage hands one over, starts flipping through it. All right, my friends in the stacks, what are y'all looking for? I'm digging my own grave here.
Sunshine is following all of the places that Jor was purported to be involved with. So I think they'll start with the Sorcerer's Nexus.
Okay. So you are looking for information on the Sorcerer's Nexus. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
As you go through the stacks, making your way through, you eventually come across a very large tome titled The Magical Institutes of Flanace, which, as you flip through it, does seem to have a fair amount of information on the Sorcerer's Nexus.
Okay. Would it have the Seekers of the Arcane and the Society of the Serpent in it as well?
Make an investigation check for me.
Natural 20.
Okay.
-1.
As you're kind of flipping
I'm not
through
smart.
with that, it is mentioned tertiarily. The Seekers of the Arcane and the Serpents, they're less organized and less established, and are referenced only in acquisition of magical artifacts. The author kind of posits where the Nexus has accrued all of its enchanted items from, and those are cited as 2 sources.
Okay. And the Nexus itself?
The Nexus itself is discussed as a repository of arcane knowledge that attempts to mimic the Citadel of Greyhawk within the Greater Kingdoms. This particular author is clearly biased towards Greyhawk and represents it as a hollow shell with limited scruples and very little import to the rest of the world.
Alrighty. And
just as you're flipping through, it's
Yeah.
a few pages on the Nexus, and then it talks about a series of other institutes, kind of just touching upon various locations of magical power or training throughout Flanace.
they wouldn't happen to list any graduates of note?
Graduates of note, they only make reference to a position of High Sorcerer at the Nexus, but don't give any specific names. There's no lists of, like, graduates.
Okay.
There's a little bit of disdain in the language used.
It makes sense.
I'll give you one more to look for, unless you're going to sit down and pour into this further.
I would say no, the school is probably, it was just very much like a starting point. So they will... Can they do... Is there some sort of check they can make to think about which one was spoken of more frequently?
Between, like, the Seekers and the Serpents?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Make a history check for me. You're talking about in the book or by your companions?
By the companions at the time.
Cool. I was assuming, but I wanted to make sure I wasn't assuming incorrectly.
16.
16. There was more familiarity with the Seekers when it was discussed. There was more understanding of what they actually did. The Serpents was a little more loosely referenced as some vague entity.
Okay, then they will follow the Arcane. Seekers of the Arcane.
Okay.
Instead.
Okay. As you're kind of plying through, make a perception check for me.
18.
Okay. Eventually, you are led to a text that is honestly a... John's gonna kill me, is a historical record of mercenary factions and groups found across the continent. Sorry.
Sweet.
Make an investigation check for me as you're flipping through this quickly.
Can I guide myself?
Sure, yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. 18 minus 1, 17.
17. The Seekers, this is an interesting text. It's somebody has gone about documenting and it's really obscure. You're pretty sure this has never been published beyond this single copy. Has gone about documenting every faction that they've kind of heard of and then started seeking more out. And it records mostly groups that work for hire in various spaces. Again, mercenary, treasure hunters, folks like that. And what was the number you got on that?
17 total.
17. With the 17, specifically, you do kind of find a section specifically as you're flipping through that does reference the Seekers of the Arcane as a fairly unscrupulous ragtag group of individuals who form a loose amalgamation of treasure hunters who are notorious for stealing out from under the people who hire them. And then selling to the best bidder in regards to magical artifacts.
And are any members listed here?
Names are not listed at all in this.
Okay. Is there a most recent mention of them?
The book is dated to about 4 years ago, or exactly 4 years ago, you would know. So it's a fairly recent publication.
Right. Okay, who wrote this?
So the author on the book is... Hold on. Double check.
4 years ago.
List. Sorry, guys, 1 second. I didn't have that in front of me.
Sorry.
Leo Montague.
Okay. And there's no publishing house listed. This is almost like a... You said that this is a singular text, so...
Yeah.
I mean, can they assume that this is...
So it is, as you're looking at it, it is handwritten. Somebody scribbled this down. And as you kind of take a look around, there are a number of just bound tomes that have been placed in this collection. You get the feeling this is a place where wizards frequent. And they may just write up their musings and theories and put them on shelves. Whatever draws their attention or focus very likely finds itself here. And with the way that the enchantment works, if somebody needs that information and can get into this space, they can seek it out.
So cool, Josh. Okay. Thank you. And so the most recent mention is 4 years ago, but there's no location or anything?
There's no
Or
publishing
item?
Location. There's just Leo Montague on it.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, the most recent item they may have sold to the highest bidder.
Oh, regarding the Seekers, no. This is not a record of them. It is making note of their existence and talking about them more as an organization than as a record of their proceedings.
Okay. Cool.
They do reference that they operate heavily out of all around the Azure Sea through Greyhawk. Most of the kind of more settled regions of Flanace.
Alrighty.
Okay. Salvator.
Hello.
What are you looking for, bud?
My first thought that I'm following after the discussion we had is lichdom and its effects on healing magic and the ability to recuperate one's physical form.
Okay, make a perception check for me. With advantage,
Perception
because
check?
you know a lot about this shit and can focus heavily on it.
Perception?
Actually, make an investigation. Sorry, because it's very specific for what you're looking for.
Okay.
You are a lot of lore here today, huh, guys? Sorry.
28.
28. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Lichdom. As you begin to move, you find yourself being drawn deeper and deeper and deeper into these archives.
Nice. All the way to the back with the golems.
Until eventually you do reach a area that is gated off. It's this big open, like, metal barred space cage around a series of stacks within the interior, and it does have a lock on it. There are no golems in this space at all.
You sort of like pull on the lock a little bit.
No dice.
Shit. I'll come back later. And I follow my second thought.
Okay.
Vampirism and anyone from, or any information on, the Suffocan family.
Interesting. Okay, investigation again, because that is very specific, and I'll give you advantage.
Yes,
again.
it is. Oh, thank you. Very kind of you.
A boobadoo boop, a boobadoo boop, a boobadoo boop.
Picking up filming any week. 30.
Soon. 30. Okay. So you for a moment get a pull back towards that locked area again regarding the vampirism element.
Damn it.
But you also get a pull in another direction. And as you begin to pursue that, you find yourself heading back into the stacks, drawn to a book that is familial lines. And it is titled The Noble Houses of the Great Kingdoms.
Well, that's sure to come in handy.
Yeah. And as you
Alright,
pull it open and flip through a few pages, you find these... It is not a written text. It is detailed linear family trees of all the houses of the Great Kingdoms, including the Suffocan family.
Are there any... At any point, is there any, like, change up in the family line? Like, all of a sudden, everyone starts living to 150, 400, you know, from dying at the age of 50.
Interestingly, as you're looking at the Suffocan family, there is no lived, died date on any of the individuals. And as you pause to flip back to look at the other lines, all of the other lines that you are seeing have lived till dates. Born, lived till.
And that goes all the way back to the beginning of the Suffocan family?
As far back as this record goes, which is about 1,000 years.
Cool.
It is pre-Greyhawk, these lines traced back. The Great Kingdoms have been around a long time.
In those 1,000 years, or in this book's, at least the history of this book covers, how many entries roughly are there for the Suffocan family?
A very good question. As you're looking, again, you begin contextualizing it, noticing the dates between the others. There are hundreds upon hundreds of lines for most of the families.
Shit.
On the Suffocan line, it is much briefer. We're talking 100 individuals.
Still not great, but okay. Interesting. Okay. That's all I had to look up today.
Okay. Zahl, my friend.
That's me. I'm lost. I don't know where I'm at.
So tell me what you're looking for, because again, depending on how focused you are.
I think Zahl walks in with this thought, and he's kind of going through the mental process of narrowing down the thought, and it's Archon, Mother, and then narrows it down to Seth and the Yuan-Ti. Because he's read books on it, he knows that Morton kind of knew about that, because he said the name back to him and was like, oh, I knew. And it was like, so he's focused on Seth and the Yuan-Ti, and then Archon in
So
like the kind of.
Which line of thought would you like to pursue?
Seth
Or are
and
you
me.
jumping between the two because you find
He's-
yourself
he's-
serpentining a little bit?
He's kind of serpentining a little bit, yeah. And probably at a certain point pops out Ashi and is like, I don't know which of these to look for, because I can look for Mother and more information on what she actually is, or I can look for more information on Seth. I can't make up my mind.
Which one do you want?
Both.
All right. Well, which one do you want to start with?
Good point. And I think he immediately focuses on Seth and is like, I'll figure him
Ashi
out.
kind
and
of
then I'll
sits
go
on
to-
your shoulder and goes, Seth.
Thank you.
Seth,
That actually really helps.
Seth.
That's how he's like laser
Okay,
focusing.
make a perception
on-
check with advantage for me. With Ashi helping you.
Ooh, that's an 18.
An 18.
It was a 3 and an 18.
So as you are moving along, the first stop is a second copy of the same text you have.
Ooh, okay. Also, I'm not worried about language because I can read any language.
Yeah, you're golden. You just are like,
Yeah.
So as you look at this, it's all, and again, equally as old, which is impressive, given this where you found this text. But as you continue onwards, you find another record that appears to be a series of theories talking about the primal entities of the prime material plane.
Okay.
It talks about great forces of nature, raw sort of power. The author tends to juxtapose it to the concept of the elementals, which often act as active nature rather than sentient beings. But these creatures leaned far harder into that and represented more cognizant things. It would be akin to anger having a form.
An incarnation.
An incarnation. Raw emotion.
Baby.
Yeah. They never acted in their own self-interest in these theories. And among those deities, Seth is listed.
Does it say specifically which essential like raw emotion he represents?
The writer articulates savagery and violence among them.
This is the one thing that I wish would, because I thought this a while back when you first described it, and I was like, please don't be like just anger and just
Sorry, bud.
no, it's great. Okay.
He does, I will say, with these, he does not paint any of those forces as negative things. More as natural instance or occurrences within the world. And there are allusions to barbarian using rage, right, to their own benefit. You see this sort of, again, it's like a force of nature. When something is caught in its path, that can be catastrophic.
Cool.
But it would be arguably far worse if one were to aim a tsunami at somebody.
Yeah. So I think Zahl at this point kind of goes, huh. So that sucks. Well, I guess I'll figure out more about Mom. And he's going to focus on Archons and Celestials.
Make another
and try to-
perception for me.
Okay. No advantage?
With advantage, because Ashi's helping.
Okay, good. I was so scared.
Mom,
that's on its side.
Mom.
Mom. Yeah. Good, well done. Well
That's a 19.
done. 19.
I had one that was perfectly cocked, perfectly in the corner of my little dice roll.
So you do find a text regarding Celestia, which is a realm beyond the gates of mortality, essentially. The way that it frames this is essentially that the prime material plane and the elemental planes and a lot of those other planes are on this side of life, and the abyss and Celestia and many of these other planes are on the other side of mortality. And you are actually engaging with the process that varies things between the two in regards to what is going on elsewhere. But in it really only provides that loose framework before beginning to talk about Celestia as a space in which individuals inclined to certain behaviors go to reside. However, because it is a plane of existence, there are creatures that live within that inherently. There is an entire structure of life, of government, a way of living within those planes, just as there is within the prime material plane.
Gotcha.
The Archons sit near the top of that structure.
Oh. Cool.
They are a part of a more structured way of living. Honestly, the prime material is a little more chaotic. Celestia tends to be very organized, and the Archons act as judiciaries, warriors, enforcers to that space.
Solid. Is there anything in this book, because I know it went into like more of the hierarchy of how like it would work, is there anything about empowering an Archon or helping an Archon or helping anybody from Celestia?
Near the back of the book, it doesn't talk about mortals dabbling in that plane, but it does talk about the Celestials dabbling in this plane. And it references divine powers, celestial powers, and makes note of the Asimar, one of whom you are familiar with, as
Literally.
imprints of that plane touching upon this one.
Gotcha. Okay. Funny that I called her an angel for so long. And I think he's gonna close the book and attempt to head back to wherever the entrance is. However we get back there.
Okay. Given the depth and behaviors, I will see Salvator as the first to return, followed by Sunshine and then Zahl, intermittently. Salvator, you're the first to find Nistel reading, and Demi, are you doing anything in the meantime? It's about an hour or so as they're doing this perusing. I'm sorry, it's an hour and 25 minutes and 13 seconds. Keen mind. My apologies.
Cool.
14 seconds.
For the
yeah.
bit.
I don't think she's looking for anything because she didn't like getting looked at like a specimen and doesn't really feel like looking into what she usually does. So she's good.
Actually, you know.
She's gonna sit and probably write in her journal.
After about 30 minutes, Nistel will kind of still be flipping through the book in front of him. The book's held up by Mage Hand, and he's using his own hand to flip through it. It's very wizard bullshitty. But you see, he doesn't look up, but he does say, "You know, Dwarmage particularly is fond of chronomancy."
Which,
It's the theory and manipulation of time.
Well, it was an accident, so I don't really know what to tell him.
It's arguably more impressive that it was an accident.
Huh.
Touching on those things, usually pretty intentional.
Well,
I know
it's
you're a
definitely
bard.
an
And,
yeah, it was definitely an accident. I'm not entirely sure what happened, and the person that would be good at figuring out what happened was not alive at the time. He's not really alive now, but he wasn't around at the time. So not entirely sure what happened there.
I'm talking about Salvator.
Yes, he was missing for a little while.
Yeah, I was in the meeting.
Yes.
Yeah. Fair enough. And he kind of leaves it at that, sensing that you're not. Okay. Salvatore, you make your way out.
So that gate.
What are you looking for?
I am not fully aware of my condition, and I would like to do some research on that. Apparently you have some information hidden back there about it. Isn't that weird?
All right, let's go.
Here's your ring.
And he gets up. He hands you your ring, and then he will go with you in that direction.
You'll kill the golems, I assume.
Sure, yeah. That's what I'll do.
Very good.
The rest of you return as they're heading that way, and I will still Demi hands out your rings, obviously.
Yep.
Okay.
Feel free to abandon me here if you guys want to go do something else.
I was about to say, can we go look for more things?
We're going to do this one because I cut him off on it real quick.
You don't have to give it to me. But...
So he will bring you down there.
Mm-hmm.
And he will kind of pause. He says, look, we're going in there specifically for lich business. And we're doing it because you're clearly already one. You might as well know something about it, right?
I should hope so, yes.
All right.
You're not going to take a peek? A bit out of your wheelhouse, is it?
But I'm going to live a long time, and I will get to taste food, feel the wind on my skin, so on and so forth. I think I'm good.
Ugh.
Yeah, to each their own. No judgment here, but immortality is for some and not for others. And the number of immortals I've seen who absolutely fucking suck suggests that avoid it. Don't be one. Let's go.
Roughly 7.
Say
Look
what?
at him pointedly. Roughly 7.
Not all of them.
Right.
All right. And he will turn around, and he does pass his hand over the handle, and there's a click, and he will push it open and lead you in. All right, same as outside, but a much smaller space. So as you begin to, we'll say basically leveraging the prior investigation that you rolled for it, you do find yourself drawn deeper into this space, which is kept less well lit just for atmosphere. Because they're wizards.
Dramatics?
Yeah, it's all dramatics as you kind of make your way down into this. Slightly, the stacks are a little closer together. You know what I mean? All that same old shit as you make your way down.
That's part of the library.
Yeah. They can't help themselves. But eventually you find yourself drawn to just a jet black spine of a text with no writing on it.
Look at that human spine.
What? Nope, like a book spine, you monster.
Yeah, gotcha. Flip.
He kind of glances over your shoulder and then gives you space to read it yourself.
Are you sure?
I'm fine, thanks, man. I'll tell you what, though. And he walks like 6 feet that way and pulls something else off the shelf and starts flipping through that.
Good man. Scanning this place for information.
As you begin to read through this book, are there specific pieces of information you're looking for?
I want to understand as well as I can from a book why, as they told me, healing didn't work on me when I fell down.
Absolutely. Roll investigation check for me to see how much you pull out of this.
Sure.
And I'll tell you a little bit about the context of the book. As you're flipping through its initial pages,
yeah,
this is a horrific piece of literature. The individual who wrote this was forcibly applying lich practices upon other people in an attempt to determine how to reconcile and complete the process.
Does it have a name?
Trigger warning on this. There is no name on this text, and it does appear to be handwritten and personal. As you kind of begin to go through this, the music changes.
Is the handwriting familiar? I've read every single person in that room's literature before.
It would not be familiar, no.
Good. Okay.
As you're reading through this, it is very, very detailed on the processes and the failures that this individual comes across, and you sense more and more frustration with each attempt that is articulated through this text. It ends with a failure, but they made it far enough to a process they refer to as demi-lichdom, in which the figure is beholden to some other greater force and acts in its interest. The writer lost control of that figure who was successfully demi-liched, but managed to keep it locked up and controlled to experiment on. And in that process, they tested a number of spells against this demi-lich, bringing in outside aid when necessary, to cast healing and other such spells. And began to posit theories on what was working and wasn't working and why it was working. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The author seems to touch upon, although the context they have is nowhere near as great as yours, that whatever the process of mortality is, based on their research, they refer to the machine of death per the priests of, like, Joss, but don't have much context to what that means. But they do refer to them existing outside of the rules of logic for magic, the arcane, and healing across all planes.
Mm-hmm.
And thus healing spells and spells that inherently leverage those magics to specifically restore certain parts of them fail. So, for instance, Celestia and Radiant Healing coming through as a process that requires existence within those planes, and those planes communicating with each other, liches do not exist within those.
Gotcha.
And so certain rules of magic do not apply to them. It's also almost as if by plucking oneself out of this tether and the way that the world functions, you lose some of the benefits of that. Some of the rules not applying to you mean that some of the other rules don't apply to you.
Understood. Okay.
Okay. So, you spend some time reading that. As you kind of fall into this and get completely consumed by it, eventually you kind of pull away, close the text.
Yeah.
And you find Nistel just kind of leaning against one of the bookshelves watching you, arms crossed. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I think I am.
You get your answers?
In a way, yes. I will still have to do some field testing myself, but I think I have a better understanding than I did 30 minutes ago. How long has it been?
About an hour.
Right, well, we should get back then.
All right. And he kind of leads you out, swings the door shut, and does something with his hands.
Mm-hmm.
Seals, and you make your way
What
back.
you doing there?
Nothing.
I'm kidding.
All right. you make your way back and reconvene in the library. And with that, my friends, we are going to take a break because we've been going at it for 3 hours and I didn't realize
Oh,
it.
man. Look at that.
Guys, thanks for sticking with us with this huge lore dump. We will be back in 10 minutes. My friends, get yourself entered in that Skull Splitter Dice giveaway. Exclamation point win will get you in there. Followers get 1 entry. Subscribers get 2. Make sure you subscribe beforehand. It's not retroactive. And we will see you all here in 10 minutes. Okay, bye!
See you soon!
Bye.
They can see and hear you.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for seeing
Yep.
and hearing us.
Welcome in. Hey. Oh, guys, you're back with more Conundrum Company. 69. Conundrum noise. Conundrum Company. So,
Noise.
we left our party having done a good bit of research within the Citadel of the Eight in Greyhawk. They have all returned and gathered back at the library. They've been granted some rings that grant them some very limited access to the Citadel itself, and also been asked to keep it a fucking secret. We'll see how well that goes. But in the meantime, my friends, the day is now yours. You're there with Nistel. Other than that, you are just the four of you and Ashi and Bims, I assume. Yeah. Take it away, my friends.
Now then, where are we off to? Oh,
I was going to ask the people from this place. I've never been here. Are there sights that we should see?
The whole city's pretty cool.
Wow.
Two very differing reports.
Honestly,
do our
accurate.
business quickly and get out of here as fast as we can.
I've got to say, that's the most accurate thing we've ever portrayed is two people from the same city will give you the city fucking sucks and the city's amazing in the same sentence.
So,
Why
I know at some point
do you
we're
wanna
going
leave?
to...
What?
Didn't Salvator just say you wanted to leave?
yes,
Why?
No.
we have business to attend to. We don't need to stay here.
I
Fair
have business here to attend to now.
What?
I gotta go
Otto
talk to
told us to go there.
Speaking of your
Why would you do
business,
that?
I believe Rary got that for you, and he points at the map case on the table.
Oh. Okay. And I think I'm gonna unscroll it and just look at it.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
I didn't know there was
A
a map.
snake attacks you as
Shoot it.
you
That's fine. I
open
take
the
one.
case and roll
Shoot the
out
paper.
a very large map. This thing is about 4 feet by 4 feet in total size.
Jeez. Why is it? Why?
It's like a full cartographer's style map.
You know, the screen is. Oh my god.
There it is. The hell for naces?
I did misspell serpents, and I had to go back in and change it. Re-export the whole fucking thing.
Oh, buddy.
No.
As you take a look at this map, it is clearly something that somebody's put a lot of time and love into.
Jesus Christ.
Oh boy.
As I was saying it, it like came out and I was like, I'm talking about myself here, but that's not the intent. The person in the game, not the idiot dungeon master, has put a lot of time into writing this out. It is very much not a reprint. It is one of a kind. That was.
Kidding.
This individual. Again, these are uncharted regions, so you do not see on a lot of maps. But Demi, with her expertise in navigating ocean maps, would note some familiar land masses on this immediately, including Fairwind and the tip of the Amedio jungle, which reaches into most maps of Flanace.
100%. You all see Zahl with a level of focus you have never seen him have before, as he is scouring every detail of this map.
Sunshine just casts guidance as they tap him on the shoulder. Something to explore, right?
There's a lot of places to explore. Like, I want to find out what most of these are. Is that... I don't... What's the... Is it I can't... I'm not gonna... Yo Gabba Gabba in the swamp? Like, what? How do I pronounce that?
You are talking about Yotzahales.
Yotzahales, yeah. Is that, like, a capital? Because it's a different symbol?
Make an investigation check for me.
We could go to the Serpentis.
With guidance.
Place.
Yeah.
With guidance.
What does that
The
do?
what from? Serpent?
D4s.
We can go to
Oh, I
the
roll a
Serpentis Reef.
D4?
The one that I originally misspelled.
Serpentis.
And you said
I
that's
spelled it
investigation?
Serpants.
Investigation, that'd be a 16, because I rolled a 6, a 4, and a half of +6.
This map, unfortunately, doesn't give a specific key on it.
Okay.
Again, it's a hand-drawn map of this region. But they do look like, with that check, markations of at least locations.
Gotcha.
You're not 100%. But with that investigation check, you would notice that there is Yotzahales, which is markated that way, but also in the far southwestern corner, there is Notzolohosa, which is also markated the same way.
Okay. Yeah, Zahl is preoccupied now. He is just staring at this thing.
Oh, he's gotten himself occupied.
I don't remember, because it's been a while. Did Zahl share the information he read about? It's been a while. Did he share there was someone looking, like, keeping guard watch over the Amedio jungle. Mentioned in the book he was reading on our way to the Tillen Vault. I can't remember.
Or is that something else?
There is reference to Minotaur tribes along the kind of western reaches, and as Zahl's that would mean along the western reaches of the jungle, up against the Hell Furnaces themselves.
Mm-hmm. Zahl would be repeating that. I think at this point, Zahl studying goes, "Oh, I should probably mention something." So when I went in there, I kind of decided to study about my mom and also Seth. Kind of figured out what Seth is, which sucks, and I figured out why in the book it kind of said that the Yuan-Ti just kind of changed to be more savage attackers instead of, like, copacetic with everybody else. Seth is, I guess, what I've gathered in the sense of, like, he's a primordial force, right? Which that doesn't really make sense, but essentially, from the research that I've done, it seems like Seth is the force of almost savagery, and so I think whenever Seth decided to descend down on the Yuan-Ti, they gathered some of his, I guess, ability from him. Or influence from him. So, yeah. And then I looked into what Archons were, because I've never heard that term, and apparently they're some of the highest in Celestia. So yeah, they...
Any mention of your mother?
I didn't see any specifically, but
Did you think about looking for her name?
I don't know if that's what her actual name is, though. Because, like, just...
You didn't...
Tying the two ideas together could...
Archon Sophia.
Well, now you know that you can cross-reference.
And then I don't know. But,
Are you going to try that, Demi?
Into the
Sure.
books.
Okay, Parker, make a
I'll
perception check with me, or investigation with advantage, because you are being very specific.
Okay.
Are you dragging
Just
Zahl? Wait,
immediately to your left.
are you dragging Zahl with you? Or are
No,
you
I'm just
going-
walking.
Demi just gets up and walks into the stacks.
I go, you
He's
really
like-
should have tried. And I
Some sort of
rolled an
activation phrase.
I rolled
I'm
an
sorry.
18 plus 7.
Okay.
So, whatever that is.
As you begin to walk your way through the stacks, you do feel yourself drawn in a direction. Is the rest of the party staying behind, or are you coming with?
I'll go with.
I feel like, yeah, Zahl's like, I get, and just kind of jogs after.
You see a gate, don't go through it. As I follow.
Demi, you lead the party down into the stacks, drawn in a specific direction.
Into the stacks.
Into the
Into
stacks.
Into the stacks.
Eventually, you find yourself coming upon a text that is a
The life of
It is
Sophia.
a very, very clearly
There's a girl
religious text.
in a village doing all right. I'm sorry.
It is clearly something that has
Another
been written
trend.
at the hand of a cleric or a paladin or a priest. Somebody who is very, very embedded in Palor and Radiance and worshipping the celestial gods that are kind of referenced in this realm. And as you kind of
Slightly off-put as she reads.
yeah, as you pick up the book, it is very dogmatic through a lot of it. All grace to Palor, who will grant us salvation from our sins and blah, 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 that sort of thing. However, make an investigation check for me now as you're flipping through the book.
Okay. This one was nice to me last time. That is only a 17. I rolled a 10.
17. As you begin to flip through, it is quite dense and boring to you. But you eventually kind of are flipping and flipping and flipping, and you're just scanning. And as you're scanning, you see the word Sophia, and you have to flip back a few pages. As you begin to read the page, it is discussing figures who have been referenced within the lore of Celestia. Figures who have played important roles, and it's contextualized as figures who would provide divine judgment or boons or sainthood to others. And there are a lot of names, but one name that sits out there is Pistis Sophia.
Pistis?
Yes, and I will spell
Like an
that.
engine.
Give me a second here, and I'll put it up.
Piston Sophie.
Stop it.
God engine.
She's part of she's part of the machine.
She's the engine of the mission of death.
The
Oh
engine of the
my
mission
god.
of death.
Stop all of you.
Sophie. Sorry, Josh.
No, you're fantastic, and I love you all. I'm just gonna drop this in chat for you, Adam, the spelling of that. Or all of you. Demi's the one finding this. I'm sorry, Parker. I didn't mean to be.
It's all good.
But that is
It's all
the
good.
name that appears.
Helping.
Do you read further?
Close it.
Throw it.
I want to...
Burn it.
Is there like a specific part about what she did?
There is a brief description of the supposed role of Archon Pistis Sophia within the Celestial Court.
Here it is.
And it reads, Pistis Sophia has a countenance that embodied sincerity and serenity. Even if forced to fight, she never displayed a temper or even a scowl. To gaze upon her gentle face filled viewers with hope. She never spoke a lie, believing the truth was required for pure harmony and happiness.
I imagine we're all Scooby-Dooing around Demi.
Yeah, peering over her shoulder.
So what the fuck is this person doing? Not person, sorry, Archon. What would an Archon like this be doing with this primordial anger snake man?
Demi, now realizing that everyone was reading behind her shoulder, hands it to Zahl. I mean, there was a drastic shift in the Yuan-Ti countenance, right? Angry person comes and chains up gentle person, and suddenly they all have anger issues?
So you think the gentle person ruled the Yuan-Ti?
Or they worshipped her.
Oh, they tried to fight Seth and lost. It's as simple as that with some of
Or
the
that.
idiots. Why would Malice not take a trophy?
It's fair.
But how would it get the trophy in the first place if she was on the Celestia plane?
I suppose, although I guess your mother never lied.
Have to be off the celestial plane to fight him in the first place. That's the bigger question. What were they doing here?
Why
When
was
Demi-
she down here?
When Demi
Yes.
says that, you see Zahl's face visibly change as he's just staring at the passage and rereading it over and over.
Has she ever lied? Or does she just like, you know, these books would tend to be like a, they can do no wrong. So like it's possible that your mother did lies of omission.
Right.
That, you know, never telling anything is a little different than, well, she never said that. in particular.
The best liars are sometimes people who don't lie.
They just admit the lie. Is there anything else in that passage, Josh, about her?
It goes on to describe a physical appearance, which states that she had an androgynous body with subtle feminine traits. From her back grew transparent silver feathery wings that caught the light. She had skin that shone like polished crystal, the color of indigo, and her eyes were bright and green.
Does that look... Because I've seen her once in like high regalia when when we first found the Ostis anchor. Does that read anything like the form that I saw her in?
The difficulty in that translation is that you saw her glowing a specific radiant gold in those instances where they belie to colors, or not belie, but reference specific colors that wouldn't have manifested there. But in regards to countenance, the wings match up, but as you read further, there are a lot of archons who are like, wings!
Okay.
It's just wings. Crazy.
In regards
Wings the
to
archon.
when you think of sort of this subtle femininity that is referenced, the language is a little gross, but it could fit, yeah.
And then the last thing I'd look for in this book, do they reference her weapon or the Ostis anchor specifically?
Or like a kid.
Or like a kid.
They specifically do not reference armaments.
Okay.
In fact,
They
a lot of
can't
the imagery around her
Nice.
is peace and harmony and tranquility.
Can Sunshine, as they're doing this, just say, I'm an idiot, close their eyes and think, Ostis anchor, Ostis anchor, Ostis anchor, Ostis anchor.
I like how that's how we've determined how we find things in here.
So
Nice.
I am going to roll a dice on if there is anything regarding that specific thing.
Okay.
Lose my fucking mind. I hope you know that. You better be rolling those Zahl killers.
No, I wouldn't do that.
They would roll ones in this situation.
Yeah, that's
I
not the right
know.
thing.
Those Zahl killers.
I'm not gonna let the Zahl killers kill your dreams.
Just your body.
However, that dice is now solid
Just
killer.
my body.
Yeah, these are the as you reference onto the Ostis anchor, you're not getting any pull in any specific direction.
Not even to Zahl's pocket.
It's not a book about
Yeah, that's how the library works.
But it is in
Wait a minute. It's gonna scroll the whole time.
it just comes up.
It
Here
has a
it
little
is.
scroll
You got
in
it.
the center.
Fair point, but no, it doesn't,
I'm right
it doesn't
behind.
reference to that.
Oh.
Interesting.
Huh. Is there? Because I know in the book. Oh, okay. Zahl just figured something out. Fully figured something out.
Okay.
But I think so. I guess. I guess I don't know where to go from here because, like, this. Awesome, love it. But, like, this is. It's kind of why I didn't look this up specifically because I don't know where to go from here. It kind of confirms some interesting things to me.
Like,
She's gonna hear this. She's gonna hate that I'm gonna say this, but I don't mean it in a bad way.
okay.
And Zahl kind of. She's not really my mom.
Demi did not laugh. That was me reacting to.
Yeah. He's reacting to me too.
Demi did not. Demi did not.
What makes you say that?
one of the books I read specifically talked about the plane of Celestia and their interactions with our world.
Mm-hmm.
The thing we get out of that is people like Travosi, who are
Yes.
not they're not a like normal mortal race.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'm a normal mortal race.
Yes. And
So
I'm
she-
blue and Lila's not, but it doesn't make her any less my
But-
mother.
No, I wasn't saying that. I meant in the sense of like mom as in like biological.
No, I know. I
But
just
she
don't want
still
you
is
to
my mother.
discount the
Oh,
idea.
absolutely not. She still is my mother, of course. But I'm just saying that she isn't my biological.
Are you saying you're interested in finding out who your biological parents are now? That you are aware that it's not Sophia?
I mean, yes, but also it scares me because one of the big things she's always said to me is like, "Oh, there was a thing," and so I'm wondering if that's been the thing this whole time, which shocks me because she could have told me this a long time ago. It would have been maybe sad, but I would have been okay with it.
Do you want her to tell you who your parents are?
I mean, if it helps, yeah, sure, why not? She's my mom, so like I don't.
This
You
is
know?
going to sound like a strange question, but I have thought about this myself quite a little bit, more than I'd like to admit. Why do you want to know?
It's not really like a. I don't know. It's like
Will it change
it's
anything?
kind of a why not at this point.
Okay.
Why not just know, so that it's not like a secret? Because like I don't want it to be in like 20 years to find out like my parents were like, or but I hate that. I don't know what to call them, but if I find out they're like these crazy warlords of the Yuan-Ti, and it's like, oh, that's cool. Why? You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather just know, so it's not like a secret being held over my head.
Yes, that's fair.
I don't know, but no, that's interesting. But no, she still is, of course. She's my mom, but you know what I'm saying. She's just not biologically related to me.
Yes, and sometimes it is a lot to think about.
But it does beg the question of how and why she's on this plane when Celestia is its own plane.
Right, well, we know people can travel between planes.
But why
While
would you?
this conversation is happening, can I take that book and flip to the index?
Sure.
Yeah, I would. Zahl wouldn't argue it. He'd
While
just
that's
like,
happening, I will also say, you also don't have nowhere to go with this. You just found their full name and a connection to Pillow.
that is
Strong
true.
connection.
I don't know if there's anyone who prays in this city, but you might want to find out.
Is that not common here?
I don't know.
Weren't you like raised here though?
Yes, but we didn't go to church.
Hmm.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's a
Right.
big city.
Do I know of any temples in the city?
So roll a history check. No, roll a retroactive perception check for me for
A
Salvator.
retroactive is bullshit.
I'm
Your next
sorry,
door
man.
neighbor is
You're fine.
your next door neighbor was a priest of Pelor the entire time.
7.
7. You swear to God, like you've walked past temples before. You just don't remember
It's probably
where.
1 or 2. I don't know. Probably on the other side of town from... Never mind.
So the suffix of the word pistis is spelled the same as ostis, correct? Can
That
I
is
just look in the O's in the index and see if there is ostis referenced anywhere throughout this text?
So as you check the index, you would have gotten drawn to this book if that reference was in there, and unfortunately
Gotcha.
it does not pop up specifically. However, that's very important.
Yeah.
Oh, the suffixes. Three clues.
So Ostis.
Are there any other words with that suffix?
There are not.
Okay.
Okay. Should we go explore Greyhawk for the first time? Well,
I mean,
you should probably do the.
Do you need to remember what you look like, or are you good?
oh. I'm just so like.
That's
I
worse
don't know.
than
That
the
is
mist.
Yeah.
wild.
I love how quickly this party acclimated to a undead dragonborn standing around with them all the time. It's the best.
I totally
God.
forgot.
Yeah.
We don't judge via appearance. We
We
definitely
really don't,
we do though.
do we? Right. But
Everyone in our party is hot.
yes, we are. I still would like to go talk to Otto,
Otto?
at least for a little bit, but I would like to explore. Maybe.
Well, he
find
said
some-
it was somewhere we could stay, right? I assume that the
That's right.
dance hall has rooms, so we could go explore and then end up there.
And
Nestle, do you dance?
He didn't come with you guys. He stayed back,
Nestle, did you
This is a library.
yelling in the library.
This
The
is
library.
a library.
Nobody else is here.
It's like Sean,
Sunshine's not a librarian.
you can choose to share this or not. You've heard of Otto's Irresistible Dance Hall. It's this sort of gaudy, obnoxious, raucous
of
place. Yeah, it is
Sounds
in
perfect.
the southern segment, the southwestern portion of the city of Greyhawk.
Gotcha.
But
I do share that.
oh, that sounds fun.
It's like late
Couple.
afternoon, early evening, right?
Yeah, it's you're just heading into the early afternoon, honestly.
Oh,
Having
okay.
it was about 10 o'clock. Spoke for a couple hours with the folks after waiting around. So, yeah, about 1 p.m.
Nice.
It would be in the Beacon district.
Gotcha. Okay.
Let's go shopping. I don't know.
Yes, let's go find some toys.
Okay.
We have a lot of those.
So you meet back up with Nistel. He leads you out to the teleporter.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a specific location you'd like to go to, or a specific thing you're searching for?
What is in my memory, the best store, the go-to for me when I was here as a kid? Or
Okay.
Younger.
There are a lot of very specialized stores. There's also a lot of access to magic in this city. So it really depends on what you're looking for. If you are
Fully
just
formed
looking,
enchanted magic items.
Yeah.
Not
So-
components. That's me on my own time later.
there is Rary's Rarity Reliquarium.
Of
However,
course.
that's in the Hamlet district.
Never mind. What next one?
There is also, Sean's gonna kill me. Visualized Jewelers, which is also in the Hamlet district.
Next one?
Then there is Pollett's Potions and Lotions, which is located in the Beacon district. There's Fenn's Hollow, which is, again, seems like it was sort of a potion alchemy sort of store located in the Four Pools. You are very familiar with the following. The Spell Market, Scrolls, Wands, etc.,
Ooh, that one's good.
which is on White Cliffs. You're also very familiar with Colored's Component Compound, which is just, you can just get any compound or
Costco.
component you ever, in bulk. Like it's,
Hell yeah.
and then of course there is the Creeping Codex, which you've never actually been to, but you hear that the shit is very good there. It's just
They got good shit.
a bit of a reputation.
What kind of that's the important part, actually, is the reputation it has.
There's a lot of access to spells you would probably be interested in at this point.
Well,
a little
I
more
name off
lethal.
all of them, including those in the Hamlet district. And I say, where does everyone feel like going first?
Can we have the Greyhawk map?
Oh yeah, I don't have you
Well,
on there. I'm so sorry, my friends. I forgot. We were looking at.
Adam, you're muted.
Are any of those near the embassy of the Great Kingdoms? Because I think it might be smart to investigate there if they perhaps got out of here relatively quickly. Maybe they left behind some sort of clue.
So interestingly, there are not any stores like that near the embassy.
Okay.
I was going to say we do know one name on that list, Rory, so could always start there, maybe?
Oh,
We could try there first.
rarity reliquarium. Alliteration.
You would know, Salvator being a super fan, this is where Rory got her start. When she moved to Greyhawk, she managed to acquire some real estate and began selling magical items out of basically a hut, and has since become the replacement to Leomund of Medegia.
Gotcha. Okay. That's a good place to start.
So,
All right.
if you kind of say that, Nistel goes, "Oh yeah, I can get you to Rary's, easy peasy," and he will teleport you to the Shield of the Eight here in the northwest corner of the map. So as you step into this teleportation circle, it's quiet, nobody else here, just the looming golems. There is that, and he goes with you. And as the light fades down, you are met by the bombardment of hundreds of people coming in and out of this space as you see a massive circular room. And Salvatore, you would be fairly familiar with this, with teleportation circles all around it in a ring. As you step out of one of these, you see as there are people going in and out of teleportation circles across the city through this hub here.
Hell yeah.
This is
So I'm assuming I got one in there before we left.
You did get that one that we just came through. That's your boy.
Scan this one as well.
Yeah, scan.
So did he send us to this one or this one?
Or the
this
one
one out here in the top.
Because Rary's is right here.
Rary's is here, number 3.
Number 2.
It's number 2.
God damn it!
Big list. That's why I was still checking.
So that's a clerical
you send this
error.
to this one?
Rary's
Are they
is-
labeled
is-
wrong? It's
is-
3?
Yeah,
Oh,
they got
Rary's
back.
is-
Rary's
Rary's
is this
is
one
3.
here.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
That makes sense.
And they teleport you to this one.
Oh, number
Cool.
3 is the jewelers, I assume.
Yeah, the little itty
it's
bitty.
visualize got inverted with Rary's. Sorry, guys.
That's
You're good.
Hundreds of hours. We've got a spelling mistake.
Oh no!
Hey, hey, it happens.
You're good. Dude.
Fuck it. The jewelers is number 3 now. We'll move it.
But
Yeah.
it's so much
It's easier to
bigger.
move the number, honestly.
Yeah.
Just fix those numbers if you go back.
Well,
Yeah, well, the big thing is clearly supposed to be Rary's
Yeah.
fanciful. So you are teleported, and Nistel kind of steps out with you and says, all right. And as you glance, he is now wearing a completely different visage. The voice remains the same, but he is just kind of wearing regular commoner's clothes. The physical appearance has remained the same, but he's changed his clothing quite quickly, just as a quick shift as he steps out.
Oh, I miss your room.
Yeah, well, safety
That's
precaution.
noticeable.
Little less.
Oh, yes, you shouldn't be here. You should actually leave.
Yeah, are you all good?
Yes.
Sure, do you dance, Nistel?
As little as possible. And then he walks into the teleporter.
Good man.
Hey,
Oh boy.
hey, Demi, can I grab my jacket out of the bag?
Sure.
Sweet.
You really should find some way to carry your own clothes. She
We're gonna
stuffed the
sell most
other
of
thing
these.
into her
I'm
back.
gonna go sell. No, I don't have anything. I'm wearing armor. I'm just wearing the
Oh.
jacket on top because it's snowy and cold out.
Yes,
Okay.
it is, isn't it?
We can get you a nice satchel.
Yeah, and as you... God,
I have
yeah,
a backpack.
I did never explain that. There is snow on the ground here because you are north, and it is the winter. It is the middle of Ready-Reet, heading into the darkest part of the year, and there is snow on the ground pretty much everywhere, about 6 inches this far north up in the mountains, which for some of you may be the most snow you've ever seen.
My illusionary armor now has fur and full sleeves on my captain's coat.
Nice.
Yeah, it's all
Love it.
buttoning up the trench coat and is like, I'm gonna just.
It just has like a fur hood now. With little.
Does my armor make me colder? Because it's usually to heat me up, to keep me from overheating in the Tillenvolt.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Because I have the Tillenvolt armor, does it make me colder here?
It
freezing.
is designed to mitigate the cold nights in the Tillenvault as well, so it
Oh.
does adjust.
Oh, I was worried for a second that I was gonna be dying.
It's just over.
I'm just freezing. Yeah.
Wait,
Cool.
is it snowing here?
It is snowing here.
Is it snowing in the city?
It is snowing in the city. Yes.
Are you sure?
What am I
I
forgetting?
thought they had some big
Oh my!
They're like what everybody thinks Disney World is.
I've
a
been.
big
My
bubble.
brain is so shot. I literally told
thing. Hey, I
Sean
used to live
this.
here. I got the city
Yeah.
streets down.
There isn't actually snow on the streets, so you do see that most of the trees have lost their leaves. Anything that is non-evergreen, so anything that is deciduous, has lost most of its foliage. But the snow, actually, where you stand as you step out from the teleportation hub. Thank you, Sean, for reminding my
You're
own
welcome.
goddamn
I
lore.
wanted to make sure I had it right.
You see that there is a wall of snow that is hitting an invisible barrier that runs kind of along this hub here. Where there are exit streets leading away from the city, it's been cleared away, but the snow kind of blows up a little bit against some sort of barrier around the city. It's also fairly temperate within the city itself, despite looking cold all around it. God, I can't remember. I'm
You're
a
good.
mess.
I
Right.
keep
like,
my fur because
snow.
it's cute.
Wait a minute, snow.
Yeah.
Here.
Sunshine
part.
starts to pull
Badass.
out like a jacket that they've had from traveling in the U's, and they look around and feel the air, and are like,
No need. As I told you before, this place has AC.
"This
We're
is
fine.
very
Oh,
interesting."
this is. I thought you meant like the indoors of houses had it. Like, it's
Well, they are
just.
within the AC, so yes, they would have it as well.
It
But
also
I'm-
has an AC, as in an armor class.
Oh,
Hey,
funny.
Oh,
Ah!
Pretty good.
Nice.
That took me a second.
Right. So.
Watch this.
right.
Start shooting the city.
Boom.
Boom, boom.
Okay.
So terraries.
Terraries.
Rare is.
You make your way a lot of as you step out from the main building. It's this sort of ramp that leads up to this great entryway, and it is huge. It's about 60 feet across here. There are people coming in and out. You are on this sort of heightened ground that looks out kind of southwards towards the lake, and you see the citadel where you were standing moments ago. Up on this massive crystalline rock that sits in the center of the lake. You see these huge bridges stretching out across the water towards the citadel itself. Off to your right, you see sort of this dense forested area with these huge, particularly large trees that are the Four Pools district reaching out into the air, and there are structures built into a lot of these trees. Salvator, you know that is sort of the heavily wood elf population living here, but you also know that there are many other races that just are attracted to that sort of lifestyle, and it seems to be more than accepted within the space and even enabled. As you kind of glance down in front of you, there is a open greenway that kind of leaves this space that you can see clear cut, no houses or blocks built in between it and the citadel itself. And running right up that greenway is this weird divot. It's almost like a trench that has this white kind of crystalline stone that you see around in a lot of the structure here, almost like a marble, running up the base of it. And embedded in that base are these large, very large, like the sizes of buildings. Oh, good lord. 8-sided shape. Octagons.
Hexagon. Awesome.
Octagons that are all these large glowing blue crystals, and you literally see them light up in runs up and down leading towards this structure. Just a subtle blue glow. Kind of whoom, whoom, whoom. Again, all pretty commonplace to you, Salvator, but very different to the rest of the world. But in order to get to Rary's, you have to go off to the left into the Hamlet district.
Hey, Salvatore, quick question. Where did you grow up? I know
And
you
we're
don't.
walking.
Oh,
No, I was gonna, so we could avoid that area. That's why I know how you feel about your family. I just wanted to respect
I
that.
appreciate that. And you can do that by not knowing.
that's fair enough.
We're more likely to walk into it not knowing, actually.
That's why I was saying that.
Yes, but you're not
doesn't
as
want to
likely
talk
to
about
go
it.
in with temptation.
Oh no, I wasn't. Salvatore, we're friends. Like, you told me about your family. I'm not going to be tempted to fuck with your family. Like,
I appreciate that. And you will remove temptation completely by not knowing. And we're walking.
You make your way down the hill towards the Hamlet district, which is sort of this well-established area of the city. It's been here a long time. You see there are a lot of structures, again, crafted out of this sort of marble stone. None of them are more opulent in any way. A lot of them appear to be utilitarian, but there are different forms of construction dotted across this city pretty regularly. No one specific aesthetic. As you make your way down this hill, it takes a few minutes of walking to loop up through a sort of residential district and out into a small square, which fronts onto a moat that has a very well-built drawbridge leading to a large series of structures, all kind of well-kept, if a little bit sporadically put together, as if this complex has grown over time. And they are using this very dramatic purple stone for the roof that is very in line with the aesthetic that you were presented with. Just that little bit of flair
Saul
from
approves.
earlier. They are wizards.
Saul
As you make your way up towards this compound. And I assume enter.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And what you are greeted by is a sitting room. A well-appointed sitting room with chairs and little coffee tables in a series of spots, almost like a tea room. And you can see in one corner there are a few individuals sitting there sipping tea. And there are individuals who are wearing these sort of fairly standard fare with this nice purple vest who are running back with little boxes between the two, bringing in items that have been requested or asked for. And as you approach, give me 2 seconds here. Sorry, guys, I have a lot of stores.
You're good.
We're totally
That's
good.
exciting.
I'm
zoomed in so much on this map. It's gonna be like an inch.
As you kind of walk forward, you are greeted by, honestly, what is like a restaurant's host station. And standing behind it is very clearly a fire Genasi. Their hair slightly alight, but rolling back in this sort of sweeping coif that almost looks slicked back. But it is made of embers that roll back and then kind of curl out at the end. In this well-appointed, there's little better description than a host jacket, again, like a fancy restaurant. They're wearing a little bow tie, and their kind of accoutrements is a white shirt with a vest that, again, is that deep purple. And they glance to you all and say, hello, welcome to Rary's Rarity Reliquarium. Oh, God. How can I help you?
We are hoping to peruse your wares.
Please, would you like to be seated?
Sure.
All right, follow me. And they turn and lead you to one of these little alcoves of sitting chairs. And they offer for you all to sit and say, okay, please, now, there are a few items on the menu, or if you know you're looking for just specifics, let us know and we can check our stock. If you want to peruse, we can also bring drinks if you would like.
This is amazing. Does the menu change? Is there a special of the day?
Yes, absolutely. Our magical item specials today are
I love this place.
We have actually. Well, how expensive are your tastes? You look like discerning individuals of.
Good, and then it's working. Oh, sorry. Continue.
Well,
Eyes
obviously,
fixed.
there are a few things. I'm currently running a special on, well, the famous Archmage Nistel, a dear friend of the purveyor of this very establishment.
Yes,
We
he's
have
wonderful.
a robe which has many patches, and when the patches are removed, magical things occur. So perhaps, obviously, this is a robe of useful things for you all. So that is an item currently on our list. We also have a few more pricey items. The first of which is, well, you look like established folks, spellcasters. I see a few of you are carrying the accoutrements. Have you heard of the Ring of Invisibility?
Yes.
So we are carrying one of those in stock right now. Obviously, it's a little more expensive.
Holy shit.
Yes. What can I say? Our proprietor has a knack for acquisition. Currently, the most expensive thing on our menu
It's not the ring?
is not the ring.
Ooh.
We do actually have an enchanted sword. It is rather sentient.
Do describe to me rather sentient, if you'd be kind.
It has a little bit of a wit to it. It's called Last Quip, and whomever made it, we're not certain, clearly had a little bit of a, I don't know, attitude or a tendency to play practical pranks. It does have a lot to say about what it's doing. But that does come with, obviously, some incredible magical benefits.
Interesting.
If you want us otherwise, we can go and look at our stock. The nature of the store does grant access to almost every uncommon item on the D&D magic items list.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Priced differently, but this is the center of magic on the planet, and this is the place's preeminent magic store. So those 3 very magical items are available for purchase, and then if you have specific items you would like to tell me on the uncommon list, you may.
Do they
was
tell us the
unprepared.
prices of those 3?
Yeah, Jesus.
So the 3 items in question are: the Robe of Useful Thing comes in at 3,500, so 3,500. The Ring of Invisibility comes in at 20,000.
No.
And the Sword of Answering Last Quip comes in at 35,000.
Makes sense. Because it ignores damage immunities.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah.
Insane.
That
Did we
makes
get
sense.
this list somewhere?
Let's look it
I
up.
can get. No, I think they just looked it up, but I can give it to
I
you.
did.
if you want.
Just look it up.
So
It was a very good name. I wasn't sure if you made it up yourself.
no. These are straight out of the various D&D manuals, my friends.
Yeah.
So Sword of Answering Last Quip is the chaotic neutral Sword of Answering. The Robe of Useful Things has 24 patches on it, so it's a full robe, I believe, or close to. And
Might
then
pay for
obviously,
itself, too.
yeah, it might. And then is the Ring of Invisible Things, or Invisibility. The Ring of Invisibility. Could you imagine?
The robe
Just
of invisible
invisible
things. There's no patches on it.
Fucked
This
up.
is the Ring of Invisible Things. I
I
don't
pulled
know
the
what's
patch
on
off.
this ring.
I don't know what it is, but there's nothing.
Ring it, make something visible. That's a shoe. That's fully a shoe.
Those are called glasses.
The Ring of Invisibility, obviously, is the Ring of Invisibility. I believe it is an action to go completely invisible
Yes.
at will.
That's what it is. That's the difference.
Very good.
Yeah, it's very good.
Because you can attack and shit and still be invisible. I forget.
No, it
No.
Is
takes
it-
you out of
It
invisibility,
takes
but
you
it's
out.
unlimited spell slots.
Oh,
You
it's
can
unlimited
you can
spell,
attack,
okay.
and then if you have the action economy, use it again.
Oh, dope.
It's very strong, and it's really good for social and stealth because you just
They're just like rogues, and then they disappear forever, and they never come back.
And they're
Yeah.
gone
Yeah.
for- yeah.
yeah, the best. And I believe both the Sword of Answering and Ring of Invisibility are technically legendary by categorization. So.
Jesus.
How much money do we actually have? Because I don't think it's even near either of those two.
We have 31,000.
No shit.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I did take a look at your funds before I threw exorbitantly
That's what I
expensive
have. I don't
things
know
at
what
you.
everybody has outside of the party fund, but
Don't have money.
okay.
100 gold.
I think
I
have.
I have 308.
I usually am the one holding the funds. We have 31,000.
I have
And some
300.
change.
Now, I will say, my friends, these items obviously don't sell that quickly. We can hold on to them for you if you are interested as well.
Good to
That's
know.
very gracious.
Is
Well,
Ooh.
would anyone like?
I'll get you
refreshment?
tea while you deliberate.
Hey, thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
And you said, Josh, they have basically anything that is
Anything
uncommon.
on the uncommon list, which there is some good shit on the uncommon list. Don't do yourself dirty.
Oh no, I'm looking it up right now.
Sorry, I was lazy and was like, I can just look this up. But
I mean, this
Ani,
is a great resource to have
That's
in our back
fair.
pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're like, oh fuck, we
We
do need
know.
that.
you can
Yeah,
yeet
we-
over
Oh, we need a
Greyhawk and
scribe.
nab that shit.
I mean, does that include the broom of flying?
It does.
It would if it's on the list.
That is an uncommon item.
Right now, I can't fly. No.
That's a valid point.
Oh yes, I have
What
these
if they
little
had your
shoes
boots?
duct taped to my toes.
Josh, question: does this also include the tattoos?
The tattoos are not available here.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
A very good question.
Because I
Way
saw
too
the
broken.
tattoos pop up, and I was like, "Tattoos there?
Which is not to say they are not available in the city.
Valid."
Yeah.
I mean, if they had
One
some
of
sort
those
of
things where
enchanted
we're gonna
flying
have-
object.
No,
This
we
is
could get another set of gauntlets of ogre strength, of ogre
true.
power.
This is
You could
very
get
much.
adamantine armor. Immune to crits.
I have pretty good armor right now.
This is a very long list that we're probably going to want to look at
Yeah, I assume
after stuff.
I think we should come back to this store later.
Yeah.
Next
Yeah.
week, if we have
Oh,
any
yeah.
When we've
little-
thought about
Super
it.
valid, my friends.
Yeah.
You can also, in the meantime, send me a list of items, even offline, and that way people aren't watching that. We'll send it.
True.
And we'll say
That's fair.
not every store here is like this. This is specifically this store's
Yeah.
It's
function.
catalog browsing.
This one is.
Yeah, Joe, just looking at the catalog, Sunshine just sees a broom of flying and is like, one of the,
Ah,
one of the.
they bring your tea and place it down.
There's also the winged boots if you want to get that as well, but it is attunement, but I don't know if the broom is.
The broom is not.
Okay, then never mind.
Yes.
You
So
will
the
have to
broom
carry a broom.
is a
That's
little,
fine.
little bit more expensive. Those usually come in at around 15,000 gold pieces, so they can be quite pricey. Whereas winged boots are a little cheaper.
Jeez.
But we do have quite the assortment of brooms. Would you like me to bring out a few?
I think I'm only interested in the. Well, what do the other ones do? Now I'm curious.
Oh,
think
it's
there's
solely
different
aesthetic.
colours.
Oh, you mean like a Nimbus 2000 or a Firebolt or.
Yes.
We're gonna
yes.
get sued. Please don't.
We are.
Very litigious motherfucker runs that whole thing.
Oh my god.
Yo, I could get a cloak that turns into a giant snake.
We have to do this offline.
We're
We
gonna
are going to
have to do
stare
it
at this.
offline.
Yeah,
pile
I'm
of
sorry.
goddamn
I opened
ever.
Pandora's box when I
Do-
did this for you.
Do we want to
guys.
get the broom now, or do you want to hold off on that?
Do we want to look at other
'Cause you
shops
seem-
first, or do you want to?
You seem like you really like the broom idea, and it is a very good idea.
Yeah.
Keep trying to get flying stuff and never end up with it.
Well, you gave me the shoes back.
I know.
We could get the broom now. Wait, how much is it?
15,000.
15,000?
1,500
I
Oh,
thought it was
15,000. Sorry.
It was
for
15,000.
the broom of flying.
Yeah,
Bruce,
it was
let me double check my
15,000 or 100? Because there's 2 zeros at the end of mine, and there's 3 zeros at the end of yours.
Yeah, hold on. Let me double check here.
Yeah, that's why I was like, holy shit.
Hold on, price list.
Sounds like a lot.
Where did it go? God damn it. Of course now.
The robe of useful items was 3,500.
Was 3,500, yeah.
Yes.
You can just pull over and fly.
It is 1,500. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Could be
Okay.
a
Oh.
heart attack.
I think Parker's right though. I think I
You
did say
say
15,000.
15,000.
So
You might have.
that's
everybody
not
else was
Parker's
being very
fault.
casual.
That's
My,
yeah.
no, my brain,
It's expensive.
my brain automatically went, oh no, that's
Sorry.
this number.
I'm
I
pretty
got
sure
this
I
number.
looked at it.
I
My dyslexic
heard
ass said 15,000. Parker
I was
heard the right
wondering-
thing, and everyone else was like, "Oh,
Well, I
was
heard
wondering why
15,000.
Everybody was like, "No, it's super casual." And I was like, "Guys, we do only have 30,000."
I'm gonna be 100. I heard 15,000, and my mind mentally went. So we're not getting that.
Well, yeah,
What else?
I was also
That's
just
why-
like, there's no way it cost more than the loot, like the
I was
liar.
like, what's the big
Like,
deal?
no
Let's
way.
get it. You guys are crazy. This is a
No,
good
I was like,
sorry,
pocket
guys.
change, baby.
Sorry,
Pocket
That's
change,
my
baby.
brain.
entirely on me. I apologize."
Good.
"Oh, you're good." I was just
Fantastic.
like, "Huh?"
Wait a minute.
I got out.
Something.
Is there a
doesn't
specific
add up
type
here.
of broom you'd like to see?
Any of the are there different? What makes them different? from each other?
So you can pick pretty much any color you want. If you like little aesthetic accoutrements, we charge a little bit more for the enchantments. We've had ones that spit fire out of the back when they're flying, or
Ooh, what about smoke?
little
or some sort of
clouds. Yes.
Is there one that perhaps doesn't do that? That could be a bit more stealthy.
Well, bright sparkles in the sky.
I mean,
Why don't you make constellations as you fly?
we have regular ones that are just brooms with colors and things like. Are you asking for an effect that's a little?
A trail of starlight as you fly. Ooh, that'd be fun.
Unfortunately,
I actually do
the effects do tend to be quite jazzy, just because they're effects.
Yes.
But
Good.
you could get one that is. We do have some custom patterning. There's
Ooh.
some ones that are sort of this sunset hue that fades, or one that's like got little pinpoints of light upon it, things like that.
Ooh, checkered flags. I heard those are big.
Oh yes, we
Ah,
do
yes,
have one
the
with
ones with the
flames.
racing
pointed down the
flames.
side. Yes.
If you put a card inside the bristles, I hear that makes a cool sound as you ride it around.
The sunset one sounds absolutely lovely.
Sunset. Just obviously. One moment. And they step away and come back with this broom. All right. How does this look? And it is pretty long. It's a full broom of flying, so it's that full length, which means you do have to contend with that.
Yes.
It is kind of starts with this vibrant orange that fades into this purple near the end, and the bristles out of the back of it are actually like these carved wooden sort of shapes rather than traditional bristles that sweep out in almost like cloud shapes.
Sweep. Nice.
Bless.
Boom, boom, boom. Not intentional, but thank
Beautiful.
you. They kind of sweep out. It's more structured and solid than actual bristles, but
This is stunning.
would you like that?
I do like that.
1,500 gold pieces.
Oh, what a wonderful price.
I'm an idiot.
Far more sense.
Demi pulls that much out and hands it to the Genasi.
An absolute pleasure doing business with you all. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Josh, can I ask one thing of clarification?
Of course.
Is it
I mean,
just?
of course.
Is it just like magical items, or do they have like magical weapons and things here too?
Items. So it is items
Okay,
specifically.
That's what I
There
wanted.
may
to
be opportunities for like enchanted armors and things like that, but weapons specifically they don't.
Oh, so it's everything uncommon that's not a weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to ask that, because I wanted.
A good clarification as well. Yeah. And you can
Except
try your
for the
chance
sword they're
again.
selling.
Sometimes they bring in weapons because it's
Yeah,
exotic
like the
enough.
last whip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's a talking sword. They're like, fuck yeah, we're gonna sell that. Or try anyway.
I love that.
It's very
Talking
much
sword?
their
Hell
rules
yeah.
flex dependent upon what they want.
Valid.
This has been a
Talking
pleasure.
sword,
Please enjoy your stay as long as you need to, and tips are always appreciated. And with that, he like walks away and heads back to his host station.
You'll hear that a lot in the city.
Okay. Is that like expected or?
Well, they certainly like it. I don't know if it's necessarily expected. But
It's a racket. They're
They
paid
will
on
mention it.
commission.
What
Was.
what serves as a good tip in Greyhawk? Salvator?
30%? No. Do I know what constitutes a good
A couple
tip
gold
here?
pieces is more than
I'll be
enough.
honest. Sean, tip all the time. I don't think so.
It really depends on the establishment. There are places you can go here that you're going to spend coppers. There are places that you're going to end up spending hundreds of gold. This place looks like the kind of place you throw a gold or two their way, they're going to be fine. We also don't have to reconcile this. It was just a bit. You're fine. Yeah. If you choose to tip, you choose to tip. If you don't,
we're all
They
social.
put 10 gold on the table. So they got a broom.
awesome.
All right, there we go. That's a
That
good tip.
is a very
I
good
don't
tip.
know, is that alright?
Perfect.
Look at this.
They
I
will
get to name
certainly remember you.
Great.
We're gonna get fleeced next time we come.
Oh
it.
god.
No.
Very good. On to the next.
Where should we go?
I, for one, am looking for components for something else down the road, but I am up to any of the other stores. There's the Spell Market. There is the one I've never been to, but it sounded rather, well, let's just say it has a reputation.
Oh,
A good one?
Sure.
Salvator.
I don't know. I've never been
What's
there.
the reputation?
It's
Yes, that's
got-
important.
Its inventory is stranger than most, is what I've heard.
Sounds perfect.
ooh, I love that. Let's go.
Right up our alley.
All right. Would it be faster for us to go to the teleporters?
Yeah, for sure.
So we do that?
You're looking at a couple hours to get all the way around the circumference of the lake. The Creeping Codex is in the Scholar's Cloister, which is where you know this district very well.
Of course. It's right.
South
Yeah.
east corner.
Southeast.
Right
There.
there.
This one?
Let me get the number right.
Southeast, yeah.
So that's number 25 here.
Here it is.
Is out here. So probably the fastest would be actually this one up here.
That's good.
So I will say, as you teleport into this northeastern shield, you make your way down again, and to your right, it is very open, large buildings, very wealthy and opulent looking. Salvator, you would know that to be the Beggar's Quarter, which it goes that
yes.
kings and queens beg the archmages of Greyhawk, and thus this is where they live, the Beggar's Quarter.
Paraded
Oh.
down the streets.
Um, as to the other side is the Scholar's Cloister, which is the polar opposite. This is as you guys are standing here kind of looking out across this, you see a few large religious-looking structures initially, but beyond that and all around it are densely packed buildings, some of them pushing 15 stories. They are completely crammed together, and while it is not necessarily appearing as sort of poverty-stricken, it is certainly not the sort of open promenades and spaces that you expect from the rest of the city. Salvator, you would know that this is where aspiring wizards go when they can't afford to live in Greyhawk.
Yes.
Some enterprising jerk spent a fair bit of money building faux mage towers out of many of these buildings, which are actually apartment buildings, but they look like mage towers. And you see all of these like colorful roof buildings are these spires that reach out of this massive cluster of homes that are scattered all along this slope of the crater. And they are just all apartment complexes. But as you make your way down, you cross through, Salvatore, the space that does jog your memory when you were thinking back. This is the Temple Square. The administration of Greyhawk elected to allow religions to practice within a designated space and created a square where temples can be placed. Unfortunately, because the space is at a premium, many temples share with each other because there's not enough room.
Sounds right.
Would Palor worshippers be around here then?
They'd have to be, otherwise they wouldn't be able to afford it.
Alright.
And as you do look, along the fronts of a lot of these temples, you do see the iconography of many familiar gods, including, and actually this temple here, sitting to the right, kind of just down. There's this beautiful, it's very pretty, open kind of space, but there is a temple to Palor, or shared with a few other gods, and Palor, off to the right here.
I'm gonna slip in there for like just a couple. If you want me to meet you at
I'll come with you.
Okay. Where are we going again?
The Creeping Codex.
The Creeping Codex, obviously.
Sorry, Sean. I just
Very good.
I'm struggling with this list.
Do you want us to wait, or?
I mean, if you want to come with me, I didn't want to delay. I know Salvator's excited about going to this place.
Less excited about going to a church.
Yes.
I
We'll
don't
meet you there.
actually know if I can go in there. You know what I mean?
That's a solid point.
Oh.
So, how about we split up? We'll come find you.
Nothing ever bad
Can you
happens
just-
when we split
Can
up.
you just kind of point us towards the direction?
Straight down till you get to the first ridiculous tower.
Is that where it's at?
That's very
Or no?
accurate.
It's literally straight down this road till you get to this building right here.
What? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I think I was like, you mean the one with the red? Is that like where it is?
The biggest
with the red?
reddish one right there.
God, that
Can't
looks-
really miss it.
I really.
We'll meet you
really
at the
can't.
very large fire hydrant.
What's that?
I don't know, but I like it. All right, we'll meet you there.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Bye.
So
Putting the party in the
Salvatore-
middle of a big city.
Salvatore and Demi were like, religion? We don't
Gross.
know her.
Hate it. Bye.
Religion. Gross.
I hate those guys. Anyways,
So as you approach, make a religion check for me to see if you can't recognize the other
God.
symbols that are on
Oh.
this. Button, you're welcome to as well. You're there.
Woo.
Please, if you
Serdaware.
so see fit.
Oh,
Sort of weird.
Doubt, Serdaware. Religion? Oh, I have a -1 to religion.
I have a
14.
+6 to
14.
religion. 14. Yeah.
Okay.
Wins.
So you see the symbol to Palor, which is the symbol of the sun. It's very common and easy to make out. You also see a symbol with that would be familiar to you, which is the full moon. It's the silver full moon, which is the symbol to Faltus, which is like considered kind of the like lawful good of light and law, god of light and law. There is a third symbol, which is this circle that sits at the center of these kind of lines, like starburst lines, coming inwards towards it. You're not sure whose symbol that is, given your rolls.
Right. I'm going to be real with you, Sunshine. I don't really do churches that often, so this is going to be weird for me.
I don't really either. Serdaware is very much a go outside and look at the stars kind of god. This is unusual for me as well. But I think this is more my wheelhouse than anyone else in the group, so I decided to come with
yeah,
you.
I do appreciate it. Because, like, my god has just been my mom since I was a kid.
Which is delightfully intimate.
So, yeah, but, like, it's also weird when people are like, who do you pray to? And it's like, well, my mom, technically. Like, so, anyway, and I think he goes in at that point.
We'll ask questions. Let's do our best.
Great.
So you step into this temple, and the narthex runs straight down to the end, at which point there are literally 3 altars positioned next to each other. Palor is sitting at the center.
of course.
Of course, it's Palor. You see a number of priests clearly decked out in the various symbology and accoutrements of their respective faiths in this shared space, all kind of giving each other a little bit of distance. And you also see just an incredibly diverse group of individuals praying in the church. There is something to be said for the fact that people are sharing faith in these spaces with each other. There's also an element of like bureaucracy to it all. It's very interesting. As you step in, there's this immediate feeling of worship and paperwork that kind of washes over you. And it's
Clerical work.
Yeah.
Claire.
Hey!
There we go.
But it is very easy to to track down a Palor priest with that very distinct sun symbology standing nearby.
Hello.
It's a sort of stout dwarven figure with this blonde ponytail that kind of top knots backwards a little bit and out and ends pretty abruptly as if it's been cut intentionally that way. Hi, how you doing?
Hi. I'm
Palor's blessings.
Yep. A question for
Of
you.
course.
This is gonna sound strange.
Aye.
I've been doing some research recently.
Oh, and you
and I
found
came-
the light, have you?
You can
It's
say
like it's
that.
been with him his whole life.
It's like it's been with me my whole life.
You know what? Ain't that the truth for all of us, though? It just takes a little introspection, and then it really does. It's always there, and you just turn the key, and whoa, it bursts out of you.
Yep. But I had I'd come across a name in some of my studies, and
Oh,
the ties to Pelor and does the name Archon Pistols Sophia mean Pistis? I'm tired. I can't. I just Piston Sophia.
Mother's just rocking around, firing guns into the air.
We all thought the Osasenko was a spear. Nah, it's a gun.
Very peaceful. Also a hell of a shot.
Really. The harmony before the sniper shot. That's Sophia.
Up!
That quiet moment. Pista Sophia. I can't say that I have. Honestly, what? But I'm certain I can help answer questions of faith.
Are you familiar with any times when Pelor may have sent beings to do his will?
Oh,
Here,
I
in
mean,
this
Saint
throughout
Cuthbert,
the lands.
and he points at the circle with the starbursts pointing at it. Yeah, Saint Cuthbert came down. Salvation for us all, you know.
What a
Or, you
broad
know,
and
was
lovely
born
thing.
with the radiant within him, but raised on up.
Weirdly, I get that.
Are
You're
there,
right, we all have the potential to join them in the great beyond.
Are there any saints who may have made their way into the Medio jungle?
A Medio jungle. I can't say that I know what that is.
Fair enough.
Right? 100%. Sunshine would catch Zaw side-eyeing, like, I want to show off so bad. Like,
They just nod.
this is why I love our team up. And he goes, right. And Zol's gonna pat him on the shoulder, and I'm gonna use one of my lights to heal him of whatever he has for a D4.
He had
And
wicked
just be
bad
like,
back pain.
oh yeah, it's whatever he has. He's just patting him for like a D6 of healing. So he heals 5 of whatever. But there's definitely like a glow to it as he does it.
Very radiant.
And, yeah, and
Lord
Zal
Cleric
100%.
of our Lord, I had no idea.
No. No,
This young man is looking for answers. He has been touched by some sort of celestial force, and he would like to know more about her.
The divine work in mysterious ways. So you said
Right.
Archon, right?
Yep.
Archon, well. I mean, there's been figures sent down from Celestia to help save us before, so perhaps wherever this jungle is, she was sent to help save them.
Wait, I do appreciate. Would you know anybody that would maybe have studied things like this before? No offense, obviously.
I mean, I can tell you all about Pelor and Celestia, the specifics, but this one individual, I'm afraid I don't know. There are many among the host of Celestia.
Do you know of someone who might have researched these archons, these
Research the
saviors.
Archons.
yes.
You know, there was a wizard.
There was a wizard.
researching, you know, amongst the scholars' cloister, always researching, coming by, asking questions, and of course I was happy to share the word of Paylor.
Glad you are.
Yes, with anybody. But he quickly got frustrated with me when I didn't have a lot of specifics on names and so on and so forth. You know, I'm here for spiritual guidance within this plane.
Absolutely. Zahl's hamming it the fuck up.
I wish he was as understanding as you are, my friend. But yeah.
Do you happen to know where this young person might be?
Let me see if I can remember his name. Give me a second here. I'll look up his fucking name.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite random thing we've ever done. For the sole fact that it's just two people who are not religious in a religious setting trying to bullshit their way through it.
You know, this figure, as I recall, a dwarf just like me. His name was Zahl Merrybringer.
Ollie Merrybringer.
Would you happen to know where this gentleman is?
I know he lives in the Scholars' Cloister. Most of them do. But yeah, not exactly. Always came from that direction though. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
But
no,
Zahl Merrybringer. Yeah, that was it.
Zahl Merrybringer. All right. Well, thank you very much. Your help has been much appreciated.
Paylor be with you, my friends. And please, if you have any questions about your recent spiritual awakening, you just come on by and let me know, all right? You shouldn't have let me be religious.
Oh, wait for it, Josh. I'm about to
okay.
blow your mind. Zahl kind of goes recent, of course, and as he does, he's gonna pat Sunshine on the shoulder and cast Fly on the two of them, but it's gonna be the double golden wings, like the golden wings on both of them as they're gonna walk out.
Hold on. Roll deception
with you as
for
well.
me.
Oh, absolutely. And the fun part is, Josh, I have advantage on that now.
Yeah, okay. Roll.
Okay, cool. So it's a 15 plus 9. So that's a 20.
You hear the sound of this figure dropping to his knees.
Sunshine looks back like, what?
And he raises his hands to you. And he just looks up and he goes, my God, this was a test! You're an Archon yourselves! Please! Send the name of Faingrill on to the Great Beyond, please! What was your name, Great Archons, please?
What are our names?
I don't know, but just come up with something.
No.
They're competing with one another before us, my God. I rolled an 8 on his insight check.
My name is Salvator.
No.
Please
My
tell
name
me.
is Albaid.
Salvator and Albaid, you said?
Albaid. It is a song for the dawn.
Albaid and Salvator, please. Have you descended upon us for any great works? Is there anything that I can help you with?
Just keep being you.
Yep, keep on keeping on. Like a rat.
Hail me to you, Saint Albaid and Saint Salvator!
Oh my God.
Saints preserve us.
Top of the morning to you.
I officially, as they're flying out of there, they wait until they're out of the temple. I officially feel deeply sacrilegious.
Paylor strikes you down.
I think Paylor would have gotten a laugh out of it, so like, you know.
We fly to that tower.
Okay. Now, I will say, in that time, Salvatore and Demi, you have made it down towards the Creeping Codex.
I also became a saint.
You also became a saint, and we'll see if that rumor spreads. As you walk down towards this kind of tower, where you know the Creeping Codex to be, Salvatore, you've walked past it many times. You note this large tower, and directly underneath it, there is a complex, a series of buildings and storefronts available there, and apartments underneath it that kind of spill outwards from it in this chaotic amalgamation. But one such very large door, it's more of like a sliding barn door, kind of warehouse doors that slide outwards, is sitting with Creeping Codex written above it. It looks quite utilitarian. As you approach this door, it is ajar, enough for a human to walk through, but not all the way open.
Okay. I will push it the rest of the way open, just so... Hello?
Okay. As you step into the Creeping Codex, make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Sure. I'd love to, actually. If I could just... 9.
A 9. As you step in, you take spiderwebs to the face, and just kind of power through it, I assume, being Salvator. But it is a dense clumping. It is very dark in here. There are a few braziers lit to either side that are letting off dull light to the front of the room, and you do see these kind of flat book stands with spell books placed along them in various locations that individuals can look at and peruse.
Well, maybe this wasn't the best place to take you.
It's an aesthetic. Oh, I'm fine. I collected spell books long before I met you.
Oh, well then. Shop around, see what you like.
I mean, I'll just end up giving them to you, but...
Shop around, see what you like.
Yes.
Is there anyone here?
More importantly, as you glance around, just on the edge of the dim light, you see this lattice work of wooden, like, wine racks, but in them are positioned scrolls.
Nice.
Lots and lots of scrolls.
That's the correct use for that furniture, actually.
Yes.
yes.
You hear, as you call out from the back in the dark that is being created, this kind of pit of shadow, upwards near the top of this large kind of open space, a sort of chittering sound. Yes, hello, hello. And you hear the sound of multiple legs moving along the ceiling.
No, I don't. I refuse to hear that, actually.
And then, stepping into the light, is a drow-looking torso.
Yeah? Okay.
Followed by a spider's body, as a drider makes its way out into the light, but up on the ceiling. Hello, welcome to the Creeping Codex. May I help
hardly
you with
one
anything?
to judge. Hello, sir. Very nice establishment you have here. I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
to disturb your webs. My apologies. I hope they are fixed soon.
Not a problem. A nature of the business, you see.
Of course. I was just hoping to peruse some of your wares and see if there was anything in this establishment that I or any of my compatriots might wish to purchase.
Of course, please help yourself.
Of course,
Many of
course.
these scrolls are made from my own silk, so...
Oh, that's splendid.
Wow.
Wonderful. Try to keep really cool here. All right.
Let me know if you need anything. And then there's this skittering as he, like, backs into the shadow.
Yeah, of course.
And you are left
Okay.
to your devices.
What the fuck?
Is that normal? Is that... In Greyhawk, I'm just...
Do I know what that is, Josh?
Make an Arcana check for me to see if you know what a Drider is. In regards to what is normal in Greyhawk, because of the nature of the
Jesus
neutrality...
Christ, Sean.
What did he roll?
I rolled a natural 20 for 31.
You have heard of Drider before. You've never seen one in Greyhawk?
No.
But you have heard of Drider before. They're very distinct and specific. If you know what one is, it is very easy to recognize one.
Okay.
You also, I will just note really quickly, just because of the nature of Greyhawk and its neutrality,
Yeah.
there are creatures and things that would be classified as monstrous or evil that openly traverse the streets of this city.
Right. But that's a big spider. That's the thing I was looking at.
Yeah.
I don't care that it's a drider.
It is a big-ass spider, yes.
He's a drider. And if the lore is the same in this world as other worlds, it is a male drow who was cursed by Loth for some sort of treachery or betrayal of the matriarchy, I believe. But never seen one here. That's new. Don't see a lot of new. Well, you see a lot of new
Is
when you
that
haven't
the-
lived here.
Reputation, then?
I mean, the reputation is not really the same everywhere, but
Yeah,
there's just
roll a history check on that, Salvatore, regarding the drow.
Oh, my natural 20. Okay, never mind. 29.
20. Okay, I mean you're killing it, right?
I love Driders. I research them all the time.
Yeah, there are drow specifically, and you can postulate that perhaps this is where this figure has come from. There are many drow who have broken away from the confines of Louth in contemporary and recent history, and who do traverse the surface world as allies. There is open trade and things like that. However, there is a consistent civil war going on between remnants and legacies of the old world.
Yes. But there's not really like a collective hate or fear of them on the surface.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
In fact, contemporary perspectives is that the more malicious drow cultures have actually been driven back by the drows who stay closer to the surface. They almost act as defenders against those who would do ill will.
I relay this.
Oh.
Along with other dark things that live
Interesting.
in the Underdark.
Okay.
As for Dried Silk, I don't know anything about that, or how it works, or what its purpose is, but we shall find out.
Well, you got a 31.
Okay.
I never mind. Oh, hang on.
Okay.
I'm remembering.
Sorry,
Alright.
Sean. I don't mean to screw you
You're
over.
good.
I figure Salvatore knows things. You're pretty sure that you've heard of it having magical properties. It tends to be a very good conductor, not of a specific type of magic, but as a use in enchantment when you need to articulate or conduct magic through something. Drider Silk is quite good for that.
I see.
And spell scrolls made so could be. It's a pretty clever enterprise.
I see. Okay. Well, I relay that as well.
Right.
So,
Is there
books.
something in particular that you're looking for?
No. And that's the fun part.
All right.
Browsing. Flip.
Salvatore,
Yes?
do you know anything about chronomancy?
Of course I do. Natural 1, Josh.
You got a natural one on chronomancy?
On an Arcana check.
I mean, it is. You know, it's a school of magic. You know, it's to do with time. You know, rudimentary readings, but it is shallow. I'm sorry, Parker.
It's okay.
At best.
Yes, something to do with time. Of course. The flow of it, its natural decay on things, and its timiness.
Salvatore, you can go back to browsing.
Right, let me know if you want to know the future. I can't get there.
Okay. Oh, yeah, all right.
What a line.
Keep flipping through.
Okay. Now, my friends, we have been going for 4.5 hours. Are we good to continue?
I'm fine.
Fine.
Audience, are we okay to go a little bit longer here? All right, we're good. We're going to go a little bit longer. As long as everyone's okay with it, I apologize. I didn't realize.
I love this.
This session has been
We didn't get to play last week.
Right?
Yeah.
We'll do
We're
double
all
session.
like, we're all
Double
like, hey,
session
what's
'cause
up?
we missed
just 6 hours, everybody.
Yeah.
No.
Throwing
Okay.
it back to the first time.
Our audience would riot. As you begin to peruse through, there are a number of
Yes.
scrolls that stand out to the both of you. There is a scroll of barkskin,
Oh.
2 scrolls of command, a scroll of create undead, which is where you get the feeling like maybe the shiftiness comes from. Not so much the figure, but the fact that they are willing to trade in. A scroll of dancing lights, that is priced very cheaply. A scroll of absorb elements, but then there are 2 very specific scrolls that stand out distinctly to you. However, one is very expensive, and you would know
no.
this. The first is the scroll of find path, which is a relatively effective option, and relatively cost effective. However, tucked in one corner, you find a scroll of Mighty Fortress.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, it is very, very expensive.
Interesting. How expensive? Just so I know.
120,000 gold
Oh,
pieces.
what the fuck? Jesus Creasus.
Sorry, guys.
Oops.
We thought we had money.
And I am actually reading this one right, but
Yeah.
the spell in the hands of a wizard is incredibly powerful.
Yes. Cast it every day for a year and it's permanent.
Yeah. It is a literal free building.
Yeah.
So it's very expensive.
Okay.
You get the feeling like it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Correct. That one has most of the spider webs on it.
Yeah. In fact, you may have been the first one to find it in a while.
I put it back hidden where I found it where no one's ever touched it.
I'll allow it. Yeah, you can seal the scroll of might.
And I remember where it is.
Yes, Parker! Keen mind that shit. I will say, as you're kind of uncovering and going through all of these and what they do, the Drider's leaving you be. He's used to wizards knowing what they want. This is when Button and Zahl, you will touch down outside of this building. Button and Zahl. Sunshine and Zahl. Why would...
I'm here now.
So did we just become deities, or
No, Zahl!
I mean, it was pretty. He literally started praying to us. Oh,
I
they
suppose
both.
there's a semantic question about whether or not faith makes someone a deity, but no, we did that in bad faith.
That's what
that's
I've
how-
been told. If you believe in somebody, that's how you become a deity. That's literally what I've been told.
It suddenly
to
got
my-
much louder
Shame on
outside,
me
so
for
I'm going to
saying that
guess
to
that
you.
our friends are here.
As Zahl walks in at this point, and you both see the golden wing is still sitting there.
It really wasn't that far of a walk.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
But
The things we
Interesting
do for a
information.
performance.
interesting information.
I don't know that I...
We are looking
There's
for a person.
yeah.
We're writing his name Thalie Mary.
Thalie? Is that what it was? Thalie or Thally?
Thalie or Thalie?
Thalie. Thali.
THA. Okay. Thalie.
Mary Bringer.
Nice.
Okay.
He's apparently studying archons and things of that sort, and didn't get his answered at the church like we didn't.
But
You
you
didn't
didn't
find
have
any
any
answers?
Salvator.
I mean, I found out that they did. There was other people that was sent from like that realm, and probably that my mom was sent to save them.
We had some very vague answers about people being blessed, and considering the fact that he thought Zahl was, I have this feeling that he wasn't
Okay,
the
So
I
best
am
source of
blessed.
information.
This organization.
Okay.
I
Temple.
fully heal you with looking at you. That is something I'm able to do.
I heal you with starlight. That doesn't make me
And
Sarah
I
here.
apparently
I mean-
teleport us via humming.
Yes,
So
we're all pretty much blessed if you
We're
think
not
about it.
gods.
I
No.
didn't
If you
get
go
anything
about
from a
information
god.
searching with-
loud.
Yes,
Hello
please don't
there.
disrupt this man's business.
Kim's a voice from
What
the
man?
ceiling.
Yeah, what man? I don't
Whoa.
see
he
anybody.
just came down and yelled at us.
Who? No, but he just that was out of a corner. I'm sorry.
We
I don't
actually
know
didn't
what
catch
you
your
are.
name.
Ah, yes, my name. I am.
Who-
Sorry.
Do you mind if I ask where you are? Because like I don't want to be rude.
Oh, just
I-
wait.
What do you mean? Just wait.
Just
My
wait.
name is Hatch Kiir. And a Drider walks into the light from the other side of the ceiling it came from last time. Welcome to the Creeping Codex.
Are they? Can I ask a?
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? And I don't know if I missed it. This could have just been me being dumb. Does he have a shirt on, or is he just like fully shirtless into the spider body?
She's just shirtless into the spider body.
Mad respect. Honestly, respect. Hi. Sorry. Crazy things have happened in my life today. I'm very sorry for disturbing you.
Thank you. And he skitters back up.
Right. Box Skin Command, Great Undead, Dancing Lights, Absorb Elements, Find the Path, and nothing else. Is there anything of those you wanted to purchase?
I have no clue what any of those do.
That's. I believe scrolls are most useful for you, Salvatore. So, is there one that you would like?
Some of these I can put in my tome, but I could come back later for those I want to possibly add in. I'd like to see what some of these other buildings have to offer, and specifically I'm looking for components. That's the main reason I'm here.
All right. So why don't we go to the component shop then?
Sorry, what
Just
was the
find the
driver's
path.
name?
Hatcher.
Find the path essentially allows you to find the quickest path to a destination on the same plane as you. So if you're in like a maze or a dungeon and you have a location in mind, you can cast that spell at 6th level conjuration.
Is
We'll
an
see.
object.
Go for it.
As an object. If we said Ostasenker and then cast Find the Path.
Well, that's
That work?
interesting because you do need a piece of the location you're trying to reach.
I
Yes,
really have a
Which
big
you
piece of
do
it.
have.
So,
How much is that?
The spell that excuse me, I had a moment as I was trying. My brain today. So that spell is coming in at 2,500 gold pieces.
2,500 isn't that much.
But I
If
grew up as orphans.
2,500.
if
It's
Salvator could, it's 2,500.
it's less than 2 brooms.
Yeah.
Salvatore, can you? I like how we're doing it brooms now.
Less than 2 brooms.
Salvatore, can you put that in your book, or is that one of the ones you can't put in your
I
book?
could.
Well, then when we need to find things, he would be incredibly helpful.
Yeah, if we could be like, go find the scepter, and
Don't know that would work, but we could see.
we could try it at least.
We have the money for it if you'd like it.
even if it's just for that anchor, that's something you've been looking for so long.
True. We all cool with that?
What do you think, Salvatore? Are you willing to learn a spell for us? If we buy it?
We'll pay for the paper and the inks.
Sure.
And
Yes,
yes, I will put
Salvatore.
it in my tome.
I have no
Yes.
clue how much the paper and ink cost.
Bit.
The
But it's
300
fine.
gold for that spell, I believe.
I can literally hand you that right now.
Okay.
All right,
Yes.
hold off.
Hatcher, we would like the spell scroll, please.
Of course, please. Feel free to. And he kind of skitters into the light and like lowers a hand for the payment.
And I hand them 25. Yeah,
He falls off the ceiling.
You see him kind of
2,500.
throw the gold over his shoulder and fire a spider web at it. And it disappears into the
Nice.
darkness.
Can I be honest with you? Very impressive. That was
Thank you.
showmanship to a level I've not seen.
My pleasure. Please do feel free to come back. I'm always working on new scrolls.
Wonderful.
Goodbye. And he like
Thank you very much.
off into the.
I'll take that spell and add it to my list of things
Oh.
to add.
Actually, you wouldn't happen to know a dwarf name? I'm not going to ever remember his name, which is
Thali
the problem.
Merrybringer?
Thali Merrybringer.
Never
Oh, so
heard
you
of
are
him.
familiar with them. Oh.
No, I'm afraid not. Thali. Ask Edwina
Edwina?
at Colored's
Edwina.
component
Ah.
compound.
It's one of those quest lines.
And you actually know Edwina, Salvatore.
I do?
You do. She
Okay.
runs Colored's component compound,
Oh, well, hey.
which you frequented.
Well, so
We're going there
excellent
anyway.
news.
Yeah.
I know exactly where they are.
Oh, cool. Thank you. And I flip an extra gold up to him.
Oh, the
In the-
web
in the
catches it and to the ceiling someplace else.
Very cool.
Okay.
Off
You
we
make
go.
your way
hate
out with
him.
a spell scroll.
You don't even have to teleport for the next one.
Yeah,
When we
it's not
get
far to
outside.
Collards. It's just around the corner. And Salvatore, again, you are easily able to lead them around the corner to this long corner store that has this big glass window with just all sorts of components piled on displays haphazardly along the way. As you step through, there's a ting, 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 and the scent of incense and mahogany and all kinds of things just hits you in the face. and there are just shelves upon shelves upon shelves upon shelves of spell paper and incense and components just running backwards into the store. And it frames the center of the store where there's this sort of librarian's reference desk shape desk. And behind it sits a small human female with massive glasses that, Salvator, you know to be Edwina. Edwina
That's
Cohen.
the one? It's the one you're looking for.
Great. Also, what the hell? What were they in the last? That was interesting.
A Drider?
I don't know what that word means.
It is a drow that has been cursed by a god to be a half spider, half drow.
Ooh.
Oh, that sucks.
Right.
All right. Hi.
Unfortunate.
Hi.
Hello.
Do you mind if I ask you an odd question?
Sure.
You wouldn't happen to know a dwarven fellow named Folly Marybringer?
I do, yeah. Thalie Merriman.
Folly, would you know where? Could you put me in the right direction?
Are you friends with him? And she points at Salvator.
Oh.
Can I do an insight check to see if that's a good friends with him or a bad friends with him?
Do I
Sure.
know if that's a good friends with him or bad friends with him?
How much attention do you pay to the people around you, Salvatore?
Oh, God.
Be
No,
honest with
this is
that.
so bad.
Be honest.
Gotta be honest about
I
that.
pay absolutely no
Yeah.
attention. I barely pay attention to this party.
Yeah.
So, to people who exist in the woodworks,
Yeah, this
So-
is just
Unfortunately, not mine.
you know Edwina by name and like are able to recognize her, but you're like, okay, cool, whatever. You're pretty irrelevant to her.
I got an 11.
11 is enough to tell that this person has a problem with Salvatore.
No, I saw him in the street. Somebody said your name, and he pointed me in the correct direction.
Roll
that's
deception.
weird. Just this morning, you told me we were friends.
I rolled deception.
At
which I
disadvantage
haven't.
with Salvatore.
Damn it! That just brings it back down to normal, so I have to roll again because I have advantage on deception.
Oh shit.
Sweet. That's 15 plus 9,
15 plus. Oh my god.
so 24.
Okay. Her eyes kind of narrow. You get the feeling she doesn't believe you, given what Salvatore has just said, but she does let it lie. I get it, because it's a lie. She says, fine. Thalie Merrybringer lives over in the Beacon District, just a few blocks off of the final market.
I
be able to
do
find it over there.
appreciate.
Yeah.
I do appreciate
Now,
that.
what do you want?
Some components, if you please.
Fine, what components?
With our passive insight, can we tell that
You
this
all can tell this
I have
person.
no fucking
He
idea.
has no idea. This person hates Salvatore.
Salvatore?
Let's. What? Hello?
Can Zahl put
I'm
another
remembering what
gold?
you were like the first time I met you, and I think I understand the situation.
Can Zahl put a gold
What
on the
are you all
counter and be
talking
like,
about?
thank you, and then walk out like he's not part of the party?
Committing to the bit.
Oh,
You do so.
Demi messages out behind him, like just pretending that she's not, being like, I guess I'll get your incense.
I don't need. Oh, thank
Yes,
you.
you do. You borrowed mine last time.
You're
You
100%.
feel
I'll give you money when you get out here. I had to do a thing.
Oh boy.
Right.
What do you want, Salvatore?
Components. We've been over this. I'm
Oh,
sorry. you have a problem
Specifics,
here?
obviously.
This is a component shop. That does seem
Alright.
very obvious. This is how you treat other people.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'd
Right?
She's mouthing, I'm sorry, behind his shoulder.
You so.
Let's see. I believe I need roughly 3,000 gold worth of crushed rubies.
Fine. She starts writing on a little prescription. Slip.
A prescription?
Yeah, like a prescription. It's a little notepad, and she just writes down like. What else? Let's play for a stupid
Ooh,
spell.
quite a bit of spell paper and ink to copy spells. as you
Monetary
know,
values
borrow.
only, please.
Right. Let's see. Probably roughly 1,000 I would need. for
1,000 gold
everything I-
pieces spell paper. Got it.
I have. So 4,000 altogether for me.
4,000 total. Got it. Payment up front, please.
Okay.
Oh, very well.
Just,
I step
just
aside.
yeah. Hi. Hello. Hello.
Pay the lady.
Hi.
I don't say that.
I know.
Hi.
I know that much.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Believe it or not, he's gotten better since we became friends.
Really?
I,
Well,
yes.
friends.
I know. You know, you get
She
attached.
kind of pushes
Anyway,
her glasses up her nose a little bit and says,
hi, I'm Demi Waters.
hello.
I
Same
apologize.
order?
Monetary values only, or
Yes, please.
yes, same orders. So I believe I'm going to get probably 50 gold pieces worth of incense. Just a standard, 5 castings of Find Familiar. Let's see. Sunshine, do you need anything?
They step up beside her. Do you think we should get diamonds, perhaps?
Oh, yes.
Given what we're going to be doing.
I have a handful, but I would...
I have one.
So you have... Okay.
And I can do that now, by the way.
Oh,
Very
lovely.
excited.
Good,
Oh,
you can
and,
get me when I inevitably get hit too hard. Yes, Salvator?
Well, now that we're not friends, I also don't want to bring this up, but Zahl will crush diamonds for whatever spell he casts.
Oh, right, that's true. Do you remember what the value was on that?
No
Salvatore?
idea.
I probably do because I have key in mind. How much does he need for the 100? Okay. Can we get... Let's see. You have 1, I have 2. So let's get 3 if you have them 300 gold piece diamonds. And then I would love 200 gold pieces worth of crushed diamonds. If you don't mind.
Easy enough.
And next time we come in, I will get his order beforehand because I know. Yes. And I think that's it.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Would you enjoy having, or do you have gilded flowers by any chance?
I believe we have a few in the back, yes.
Demi, if we, were to
Yes.
get into a fight, and we wanted an interesting little fey creature, to teleport around us and help us out, would that be interesting to you? I like the idea.
Anything that protects me sounds interesting to me, to be quite honest with you, Sunshine.
Alright, fair enough. A gilded flower worth 300 gold, please, Edwina.
So we'll
Certainly.
add that. And then, let's see, is there anything else that we needed?
You might need one more item. I don't know how much it costs.
Which one are you referring to? The new
One
spell that I have?
One of the 2 you just got.
Yeah. I'll look, because I know that I've looked and talked about things that I need for one of them with Josh, but what do I need?
Yes.
I don't know if it costs money, but I think it does.
I do have the thing for the one that you do.
The other one.
I don't. Yeah, okay, this is gonna sound like a weird thing, because it's different than what the spell says. But, question: do you have any sort of This sounds strange. Like a little door or a little house?
Little doors, yes. Absolutely.
Okay. Yes. If you have like a little door that's worth like
Specific
5 gold.
color, anything like that?
Blue, if you have it.
Yes.
Uh,
How much gold?
5, please. I think I have everything else that I need for it. What I'm thinking about anyway. All right, is that it? Because I'm doing the thing where we're making one trip here today. We're not coming back.
I'm fine.
You're good?
Yes,
You're all
everything
good? We're
sounds
done?
perfectly fine here.
Okay. Edwina, I will be the one paying. So, how much is that total?
4,900.
I'm sure it's gonna
up
hurt.
To 5,100,
I loaned him
5,400.
400,000.
54.
Yeah, you had 4,000 already.
5,455 gold pieces.
That's cool. So out of that, Zahl, you have 5 castings of Find Familiar, so take the stuff for that. You also have 2 castings of Scrying. You have all your spell paper and stuff. I took one of those diamonds because I already had 2, and you take the other 2, so we'll both have 3. And then everybody take their individual items.
as Edwina begins to fill this order, there's literally like candy buckets of crushed gemstones in one corner that she's like shoveling into a bag for you guys. Like it is 100% set up for this sort of shit. She comes back with your full order in this big wooden crate that she kind of puts on the counter, and she leans in and she says, "I will take 100 gold off if he admits that I'm the bigger fan of the Circle of the Eight."
Oh my. You know what? Actually, I think you might be able to get away with that one right now. So let me just... One second. Salvator.
Here he is.
You know how we just spent a lot of money?
Was that a lot of money?
It was a lot of money and most of it was yours.
Yes.
Well, it was our money, but most of it was for you. So, I have a question for you.
Of course.
And I feel like you'll be more amicable to this now than you would have been a little while ago.
Because you just spent money on me?
No, because of the situation that we've had so far.
All right.
Edwina would like you to admit that she is the bigger fan of the Circle of the Eight.
Excuse me?
I have all of their action figures!
Now, Salvator, before you say anything else, think about what we've been through recently. Now, you can know quite a bit about the Circle of the Eight without having to be their biggest fan.
Yes.
Yeah. So it would save 100 gold pieces, 4,000 of which that bill is yours. If you would just say this for me, please. Because we're friends, and I am proving to this nice lady that we're going to be buying stuff from for a while now, that you have grown as a person since we've become friends.
She's being an absolute shithead about the whole thing, by the way.
Every time my head
And
turns
then
over, my eyes are facing in her.
Yeah, straight faster!
And Demi just, like, is sitting here, like, trying to convey in her face, like, you don't have to... Like, you just have to say it. Please?
Fine. I'll save you 100 gold.
Yes.
I'll relinquish my dignity.
Your dignity.
Walk over the desk. I believe I was somehow mistaken in the past. And because you collect their trinkets, you are indeed the bigger fan of the Circle of the Eight. However, they are bigger fans of me.
What? Whatever,
Nothing.
fine. And she,
Forget
like,
it.
puts the 100 gold onto the tray and pushes it across, looking very smug and shitty about
Have
the
we
whole
met
thing.
before?
Thank you very much.
All the time, Salvatore!
How do you know my name?
She throws up her hands and storms off.
Salvatore, you
Actually,
did know her name.
Could we just kindly...
Oh, that was... Oh, it's been years. It's so different.
Oh,
Salvatore,
Oh,
you know,
this
I
is
bet
coming
you
back
look
to
even
me.
more different.
that's...
Well, not right now.
Not right now. Everyone take their things from the
We should
chest.
leave.
I'm going to
I
take...
wanted diamonds before.
I'm taking Zahl's to him, and everyone pick up your stuff. Salvatore, your papers, I assume, going in your little chest
yes, hold
dimension
on.
thing.
Some of the chest.
And
Boring paper.
and then we will go find Zahl, who committed so heavily to not being... He didn't mean that, by the way. He was trying to... He read the room and saw that she didn't like you and was trying to not make trouble for himself.
So he abandoned me. Very good. Very good to know. Very good to know.
I really can't argue with this, which is unfortunate. So just, let's go.
Poor Adam.
Sorry, buddy.
All right. We're going.
My reaction is Zahl's reaction.
We'll walk out onto the street and find
You
Zahl.
fully have used my name as a code name when people needed to know names.
You used mine as an alias too. Just that.
There's a reason I did that.
That made us even.
It's pranking. Okay, Zahl, did you go anywhere or did you just hanging out?
Oh, I think he definitely did the walk, he was walking down and walked just to the next building. Summoned Ashi and was like, I wonder how long they're going to be in there.
I don't know, but that lady did not like Salvatore.
You could see. Okay.
Oh, you summoned. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Like the fuck?
I thought you just made him not invisible.
Oh,
That's
I
on
mean,
me.
yeah, that
No,
could
that's
work
on me.
too.
Sorry, I didn't
No.
see anything. Ignore me.
She really hated Salvatore, so I had to tell a lie. I don't think Salvatore understood that it was a lie,
Had
though.
to
So
lie.
I did the thing, like like Ashi. I'm gonna give you an example.
Okay.
Let's just say, Demi was like, "Are you
Here we
friends
go.
with
Yep.
Zahl?" And you get a cookie. It's like if you're not friends with Zahl, you get a cookie. If you're not friends with Zahl, you get a cookie. You'd be like, I'm not friends with Zahl to get the cookie, correct?
No, I love you. That's mean.
God damn it.
I love Ashi.
Well,
Zahl, you're
this
like my
makes us
best
very
friend.
different.
Why would I ever?
You're like my little brother. But
Oh.
I'm saying so that you could get the cookie, I would be okay if you were like, we're not friends, so that you got the cookie, but then we're still friends. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Cool. No, it's all good. It's all
You're
good.
not my.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. Also, found out a lot about Mom today.
What?
Yeah, apparently she's called an Archon. She's from Pelor's dimension, which whatever that
Archon.
means. Her name is
Palo.
yeah, he's a god. Or
This all sounds
like-
like vaguely familiar.
really. Have you ever heard of Pistis?
Sounds like
Like
a
a
dirty
business-
word.
It does sound like it.
Yes.
Apparently, that's part of Mom's name.
Like an engine.
Oh. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
It's like her name is Archon Pistis Sophia.
They probably don't do that there. So
Probably not, but I don't know.
that's amazing.
I don't know.
Zahl.
Why are they taking? I thought only.
I need to. I want to help. I'm gonna.
Yeah. We need help with.
I don't know.
Okay. Why are they taking so? I thought Salvatore was the only one buying.
As you
things.
say that, they walk out with a
guys.
huge crate of shit.
Okay, so
Salvatore
Oh,
buy-
my chest.
Did Salvatore buy all of that?
no, we got lots of stuff. But Salvatore put his stuff away actually. So
Oh,
and she
cool.
starts like just shoving stuff into his hands a little bit. Like,
Cool.
okay, so here's 5. This is for 5 different castings of if anything happens to Ashi. I'm looking out for you. She like
Hello.
lifts Ashi's chin a little bit, and then there's 2 things of
Do I get a cookie now?
of diamond.
No. It
I didn't.
just
We didn't go to a bakery, Ashi.
maybe made it.
We went to
Don't
a
worry.
component shop. Why did Zahl tell you I
I
was
didn't
eating
say-
cookies?
Yeah, Zahl said you had cookies.
No. It's
For
not.
what? I didn't.
I was
go
trying to
get
explain an
cookies.
example of
Well,
something.
now we have
and-
to get cookies.
What was the
It's
example?
so
Now
cute.
I want a cookie, and
Yeah.
he looks
I
like
really
he
want a
wants a
cookie too.
cookie.
We
Is
can
there
go
a
back to
bakery
that.
in
I'm
town,
hungry,
Salvatore?
actually.
I think you can be
Great.
hungry. Salvatore, I don't think you can be hungry.
And here's
I don't think I can
200
either.
of crushed diamonds for
Thank you.
others. There you go. Oshi, why do you?
Don't. Hey, let's not. I'll explain it later.
I just want a cookie.
Yep.
Okay.
That's very fair. He's
That is
cute.
fair.
He deserves a cookie.
Is there a bakery?
Salvatore.
Oh, there's
Sure,
bakeries everywhere.
probably.
Oh, wonderful. We could go get cookies.
Yeah.
We'll go get
I
cookies.
point them
Go
to
get
a bakery nearby.
It's super easy to like. There's food production places all over this city. There's a few bakeries in this neck of the woods. You lead them to like a local one that you'd stop by occasionally. And are
I
able to
literally just-
acquire cookies.
I just literally walk in, get cookies for everyone, and walk out.
You each
I
have
get
little
like
cookies.
itty bitty ones for like
It'll be
Ashi, and then also I summon
Bims.
Bims.
Woo!
I toss it and he can catch it if he wants. Okay.
Immediately.
Hey,
I-
Salvatore.
Okay, but Josh, here, stay with me on this. This is a wizard city full of wizards and people of magic inclined. Do they have familiar treats?
They absolutely have familiar treats, 100%.
I got
There we
bags
go.
of those.
Familiar.
There we
That's.
go.
Thank you for putting it into the world. It exists
No problem,
100%
buddy.
now. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
come
yeah.
out with those little, you know, when you go to bakeries and have the little bags of like dog cookies.
Ashi is
That's what I
immediate,
walk
or
out
not
with.
Ashi. Bims is immediately like snuffling against it, trying to get into it. Like,
I
Oh,
I
I
bought-
just had an idea. Sunshine takes one and says, "Umak, would you like to give each of them a cookie?"
Oh.
yes, please.
Here you go.
This ghostly hand comes up and takes one. Do I throw it, or
No, you can. Well, Ashi, hand it to Ashi, and then I think Bims likes the catching game.
oh,
Very
okay.
confused. What's happening?
Oh, she. You're blue. And then
Go ahead,
Bims.
Josh. figure it out.
You're blue.
A lot of us.
Uma kind of
reaction.
tosses it to Ashi, and Ashi, or not Ashi. Good God, Bims! I'm getting them backwards entirely these the whole time.
Oh, good.
hard
Parker,
keep
do you
track
want to
of
roll an acrobatics check for Bims?
For
Is your
my-
familiar for your boy?
My sweet little boy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna embarrass him probably. Here we go.
No, you got this.
Where's your stats?
With
dude?
advantage
Yeah.
because he's a performance familiar who supports you.
That's fair.
He's
It's a dex check,
Someone
right?
throw this 5 gold.
Yeah,
A dex check.
or acrobatics if
Trophy.
he's got that stat on.
He doesn't.
Okay, so just dex.
So it's just dex. It's actually a slutty 20.
Hell yeah.
It
A
is
Yeah.
trained
a
familiar.
beautiful. He catches it like mid backflip and then lands back on your shoulder. Some guy
Wow.
on the street goes, "Hey!" as he's walking by and just
We do
continues.
little coordinated bows. Just
wings out.
Very cute.
oh well, this is wonderful. Thank you for mentioning it. I did want a cookie. Sunshine, here's yours.
Thank you.
Salvatore, did you end up? I got you one. I don't know. You said you weren't hungry.
Rather full.
Okay.
actually.
Zol, cookie.
Sure. Can
Okay.
you eat Salvatore? I'm just wondering.
Sure,
Not trying to be a
can.
dick. Mm-hmm.
I just don't think it would do much.
Valid. You do know that the thing I was doing in there is because she didn't like you, right?
I figured that out much later. Yes, thank you.
We are friends. I do very much appreciate you, and I am very happy that you have returned to us because I was quite sad. In fact, you can ask them. I kind of blew up the side of a mountain when I found out.
Very quick to leave.
Oh,
Salvatore, can I ask you a real question here?
Of course.
The
We're
Suck of the
friends.
Mm-hmm. So if the Suck of the Eight looked at you and said, "Are you friends with Zahl? If you are, you aren't getting this thing." What would you say?
It's a hypothetical.
Mm-hmm. It is
Let's leave
hypothetical.
that.
Okay, well, I think my point's proven.
Depends on the thing, I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
Boys, this says
Maybe a
lot.
cookie.
I don't think it's gonna make us fit.
I don't think they have cookies.
What did you do?
I don't know what she's talking about. So where are we headed next?
What did you say, and why was I involved?
Where are we headed next? And what time is it?
We should go to the dance hall where we were told to go. We've been walking around for hours.
We probably should. We probably
You've
should.
apparently been using me for what? I don't know.
I did not do
Archie looked
any.
me in the eyes. What did he say?
He looks
Ashi.
down.
oh boy.
And I got you cookies.
Hot
Oh no.
Oh, my
Oh,
lord.
Archie, it's fine.
wait.
The
I'm not
web
really-
we've
money.
weaved.
Tell me, how much money do I owe you, by the way?
It's fine. It was party fun stuff, so
Okay.
I just got everybody's components.
Cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's head over to the dance hall, wherever that is. I don't.
You all, I will give you directions, but I will be attending to some of my own business for
Oh.
some time.
Uh,
I will probably meet up with you in the morning.
In the
Oh,
morning.
you
Yes.
sure that's a good idea?
Yes, all my ideas are good.
We're gonna get back to that topic later.
It's fair enough, though.
Yes, you can have time to yourself.
I appreciate that.
Just, send us a message if you need us.
Oh, of course. I will prepare that tomorrow.
That's very concerning. If
I'll
I'm being
send you
honest.
I'll send you
Actually-
a message before I.
I'll
go to
sit
bed.
down, Josh, and I will ritually cast my telepathic tether. So for the next, I believe, yeah, that might actually just be an hour. So
Oh, well,
might not be anything. Next hour we can talk to each other, but after that it'll be messages.
I'll message you at the end of the day. Make sure you're fine.
Sounds good.
Make sure you answer. I won't know you're fine.
I will force myself to answer yes.
Perfect. Do you want to drop us at the closest teleport?
You do not
Sure.
have to use magic to use those.
Oh,
Yeah, anyone can use
Everyone
those. They're
in the
always
city.
active.
never mind.
But I'm
Go
going
off
that
and
way
do your
anyways.
thing. Perfect.
Okay, so see you.
You walk together down
Tomorrow?
towards the nearest shield.
Yeah.
And then what directions are we going, my friends, since the party is splitting?
Again.
I
going to
tell
that
them
day.
which one would be closest to.
So it's
the
this
dance
shield
hall.
over here. Otto's sits out here in the Beacon District, pretty high up on the... so this is Otto's Irresistible Dance Hall up here, number 37. So this shield, they're all 53. This shield would be the closest for you.
They're all 53.
In between kind of the arena and so on and so forth. So you part ways. You guys kind of port through. Again, this one is very busy, and of all the populations, this is the most armed looking as you step out into this shield without Salvator. There are what is very clearly adventurers everywhere. Individuals covered in armaments, weapons, spellcasters, spellslingers, artificers. You see strange creatures and pets and mounts bustling all over this portion of the city. The Beacon District tends to be, Salvatore would know this, where a large population of adventurers settle down after adventuring if they make it through that. And I use adventurers loosely in the you know what I mean. These are individuals who have spent most of their life doing some sort of small group dungeon delving sort of work. But
I'm so sorry. Which number is it? Or can
so
you ping
37
again?
is the dance hall over here.
Gotcha.
And you are coming out here. Off to the right, as you step out of this one, to the east, there is a hill leading downwards, and built into the side of that hill, there is a massive Colosseum. Very new, recently constructed, and quite fancy looking. But off to the left, you can actually see kind of this spread of houses over a few blocks, and then the Irresistible Dance Hall, you're pretty sure, sitting up above the rest of it in this large series of conical shapes. There's like a sort of fancy yard around it and this rooftop garden. It's all very dramatic even at this distance. Salvatore, where are you going, bud?
After I drop them at the teleporter, I just sort of look at the building for a while. And then I say, no. And I leave town. I go about 500, maybe 600 feet out of town to where the snow starts.
You walk through the barrier. Feels like nothing. You just walk into it and it's suddenly colder.
Ah, it's good. That's good stuff. All right. Do I know if it's like bad practice to do magic outside of the city, just like around?
Greyhawk is ridiculously accepting of magic.
Okay.
The general theology around it is that there is always somebody who's a bigger caster than you, and if you get out of bounds, you will be handled.
Ah, understood. So I will create a mound of snow, roughly similar size to myself. I will reach into my robe and sort of break off a few of my dying scales, stick it into the chest, and I will take one of 2 bags of 1,500 gold worth of crushed ruby, and I will scatter it across this snow made of myself. And then I will summon the dome, my little home bubble, and for the next 12 hours, I will cast Simulacrum.
Okay. Then that is how you will spend your evening. The rest of the party, as you make your way towards the Otto's Irresistible Dance Hall, you can begin to hear... This is a rather rowdy district in and of itself. As you pass by a number of establishments, there are countless taverns along this road here leading inwards. There are markets that seem to spring up out of everywhere. You hear cheering, raucous laughter, so on and so forth, as you make your way down towards the dance hall, which is very, very brightly lit by some sort of crystals shone at the front, and it is this marble kind of rounded facade that's a few stories tall with purple and green and blue crystalline lights kind of painted along the side of this thing that lights it up. And as you approach, and as Salvatore sits down to cast Simulacrum, we are going to end today's session because we've been at it for 5 hours.
Jeez.
Good
Oh,
job,
My
fam.
goodness.
God,
did it.
this game is so much fun.
Audience, thanks for staying with us for all that time. My God, we love you
Yes.
guys.
You
We
guys
love
did
you
great.
so much.
Troopers,
Yeah.
each and every one of you.
Oh, a big one. So before we
VR
go,
troopers.
a few little announcements to
VR
do.
troopers.
And we'll start with that. And I believe I do the first ones. Guys, none of this cool stuff could happen without our fantastic partner Soundtail. They bring so much ambiance to the tabletop. All of those crazy noises, shifts in moods, the mystical, magical nonsense. We love it. You guys can get a copy of Soundtail for yourselves. The link is in chat. We highly recommend it. Parker, over to you.
Hello, I'm here to talk about our affiliates. So I'm here to remind you that you can use the code in chat for 10% off Found Familiar Coffee. If you guys want to taste initiative, we also are now affiliated with the Crafty Gamer. These Aromas of Adventures candles are super duper awesome. They also do those coasters like the wonderful one that Josh has right now. So they're great. You can also get 10% off that using the code in chat. And then a huge thank you to Arcane Anthems, who did our wonderful theme that you guys saw in the starting soon screen and the loading screen. Very, very wonderful. On to you, Sean, for the most important thing.
Our fantastic moderators on the channel, we'd very much like to thank you for keeping up with our chat and keeping everything nice and friendly for everyone who comes in to see the shows. All these raids that come in, welcoming them, very much appreciate that. Keeping up with our announcements, because that's a laundry list of things in there right now. You can even see for yourself. You guys fantastic. You allow us to do this every week, and we could not do it without you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We love you.
We love you guys. Stay with us. Be here tomorrow for that one shot.
Yeah.
Lore heavy
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, cool.
Lord.
Ah! Okay, and with that, goodbye, everybody. We love you. Stay with us. We'll raid someone. Okay.
Bye.
Bye.